Здравствуйте, я Тумун Цыдыпов.
Good morning, my name is Tumun Tsidipov. I'm the first Deputy General Director of Baikal Center from Web RF. Today we are talking about Baikal, the city of the 22nd century. This is a unique natural habitat. This concept has been shaped within the master plan of Lake Baikal, developed by request of President of the Russian Federation. Let me introduce the speakers and participants. Alexei Muratov, partner of Design Bureau Strelka, the developer of the design, who's going to make a major presentation today. Yuri Pyroligin, chief engineer of Lengi Pragor, he's going to share his prospects and his vision of this project. Valentin Latunovsky, deputy head of the Russian Presidential Control Directorate, Andrei Sharonov, president of Skolkovo, Moscow School of Management, Kat Tully, founder and managing director of the School of International Futures from Great Britain, who is going to share her global overview, Konstantin Romanov, director of Big Data Products and Technologies from Beeline, he's talking about prospects and technologies, and Mr. Valentin Latunovsky, deputy head of the Russian Presidential Control Directorate. The creative team behind the Baikalsk project is much bigger and deeper, that consists of representatives of the authorities, local people, local residents, businesses, experts, and development institutions from the regions. We're going to talk about the concept. This discussion will be split into two parts: the overview of Baikalsk before 1940 and what we expect to develop in the 21st century. Alexei Muratov is going to talk about Lake Baikal, why it is unique and why it demands a lot of thought in its design and master planning. Apart from the inquisitiveness of our creative team, the main answer to this question is that it's a social contract. What I mean by social contract, it's more than consensus of the people involved in the project, such as the local residents, the governments, the businesses, but that's also a consensus between generations, between past generations and future generations. Within the concept Baikalsk, the city of this 22nd century, we're going to touch upon this topic and embrace all the stakeholders, embrace all the approaches. We're going to think about what new ways we can create or what ways we can delete for future generations. Alexei, please share your opinion on this topic.
Все, я включаю, да.
Да, пожалуйста.
Shall I share the screen? Excuse me, wait a second, I will do that.
Сейчас полный экран, да, мне нужен. Где он тут? Вид страницы, сейчас.
I'm sorry for the delay. I need to open, to share the screen and open it to all of participants. Can you see the screen? This is great. Let me warn you that I'm going to talk about not this 22nd century, but about this century. We are planning on the master plan of Baikal up to 2040, and we're more focused on this time frame, the current time frame. However, we have thought about solutions that will help Baikalsk to adapt to future change. Baikalsk today is a small town. The population is reducing. For the past 2 decades, it lost about a quarter of its residents. In 2013, a huge pulp and paper mill was closed down, and today this is over 700 hectares of contaminated territories on the shore of Baikal. In the next few years, this territory is expected to be cleaned and refurbished. And let me talk about the residential area. So initially it was production site, but since then we are focusing our attention on the people of the city, on residents. Today, cities and towns have to satisfy the demand of residents, to satisfy the needs of people, and it's truly acute for Russia because we know that the population of Russia is relatively small, and our towns and cities are looking for attracting more and more people. To do that, it is better to arrange the population around in nice cities. It's about the guarantee of freedom of transportation within a town and development of transport, telecom infrastructure. However, the role of Irkutsk, the major city not far from Baikalsk, because it attracts more and more people from smaller cities. Reason number 3 is the natural richness and natural assets, as some people say. That can be a key factor when a person will make the decision where to live. And today, in this environment, this is a very important factor. In addition, this is also urban environment that attracts people. Alexei, I'm sorry, we do not see your presentation. Can you please share the screen again? Let me try to do this. I'm sorry. Hold on a second, please. Can you see the presentation now? I can change the slides. Can you see the slides changing? Now let's go back to the presentation. So today Baikalsk has one great advantage, is very unique natural habitat environment. This is a town located on the south shore of Baikal. It is neighbored. It is close to a major city. It is close to a ski resort, because a ski resort is a very important object in Baikalsk. Attracts a lot of people in winter, and another advantage of this town is that the residential buildings are low-rise, and this is a very comfortable town for its residents. So improve the quality of Baikalsk and improve and further improve the development of the area is our focus. So we want to improve the current potentials. So we want to build beaches, build bicycle lanes, and we would like to focus on wooden architecture, low-rise buildings, apartment buildings. And in this respect, Baikalsk has all the potential to become a point of attraction in Russia. Furthermore, the transport availability is very good. It's on its way to another major town. Furthermore, on the premises of the paper and pulp mill, we would like to launch new projects in the sphere of green technology, in the sphere of social significance. They are expected to be integrated not only in production but also in research and ecological enlightenment of the dwellers of Baikalsk. Now, I suggest we take a look at Baikalsk 2030 from the viewpoint of a person from 2030. Let me quote Yelena, a top manager of a large company from St. Petersburg. She was born in Baikalsk. The year she finished school, the pulp and paper mill was closed down. Then she studied in St. Petersburg and came back to her native town, Lastichka. A speed train from Irkutsk takes her to the downtown within 1.5 hours. She is deciding to take a walk along the embankment of the town, and she is very happy to see the beautiful views and scenes. Now Baikal is becoming the center of tourist attraction of the town. Here we start walking pedestrian routes all across the city. Yelena has planned a couple of excursions to the local production sites, to the green production sites from Korea and Spain. They process wild-growing plants such as berries, nuts, herbs. She buys them in specially designated places. In the International Center for Water Resources, the largest enterprise of the region, she can enjoy the presentation of low-rise buildings.
Город почти не заметен.
She takes a voyage on a boat. She is taken to Lake Baikal, and she notices that the town is so small she cannot even see that, and she is recollecting her memories of the town when she participated in the youth championship in skiing. Today, the ski resort is of beautiful quality and is another point of attraction for tourists and ski lovers. She can take a route in push bicycle all over the town. In the valley next to the river, she is enjoying the views of the nature, and she's meeting the central square of a new district that replaced the pulp and paper mill. She can see the panoramic view of Baikal, and she realizes she missed this scenery for a long time. And then it occurs to her it's not a very bad idea to live in Baikalsk, to live on the shore of Baikal. Our foresight vision is limited by 2040, but of course we wonder what will be happening after in the 50s and in the 60s and so on. Thank you so much. I hope that all together we will shape the image of the future Baikalsk. When I was preparing for meaningful initiatives. After a while, we will be able to move into this town and settle down and have families. Our children will grow up there. We treat it as a child, and we treat Baikalsk as a child, and we hope that this beautiful town will be inhabited by our families and our children. Talking about Baikalsk of the 22nd century, this is a city, a town, a community of people who will inherit the legacy of our generation, of the generation of our children and maybe grandchildren. So in this community, if we reconnect with this future community, with the future of the town, I think we will be able to think about better advice to our grandchildren who will pass this legacy to their children and grandchildren. So in this respect, I believe our discussion will focus more on specific things, specificities, on real ideas. That's going to make us a community of close friends, of a family. Yuri, can you please describe this community of a family and people who are dear to us, and what kind of issues it's going to address, and what roads we need to foster today?
Colleagues, good afternoon, everybody. I was thinking of what I can contribute to this session. Having thought about things which concern us, urban developers, I'm involved in urban development, urban construction, cities of the future. So the first point is, to be honest, future is something which we started talking and thinking about not long ago. It happened when Karl Marx formulated a philosophical principle. He said, dear philosophers, colleagues, the issue is not to explain the world. The issue is about changing the world. That's the crux of the problem. And that's when humanity started thinking about future, about ways to change it. And we have the right to do so because, as a matter of fact, Church already took care of this issue. We knew it long ago. So when this type of philosophical knowledge emerged, it got us thinking about our future. Now we started thinking about what's going to happen 100 years down the road. So it's a serious chunk of time. That's my first comment. When I think about this matter, naturally, I think about types of socialization of humankind. We all know, and a lot of people thought about it and described those types. There are three historic periods of socializations: ancient times, brutal times, primordial times, 12,000 years after the emergence of Homo sapiens and the first labor tools. That was the initial process of socialization. So 12,000 years since the emergence of Homo sapiens. Then there was a barbaric period. We identified, put some time frame on it, and there was a shift, a change when there emerged a society, a state with all its attributes, with economies, with laws, etc. It's a very brief period of time, a few thousand years. not hundreds of thousands of years, but about 2,500 years. What's attracting our attention now? We are about to witness the next shift, the next breaking point. The humanity will have a new type of socialization, and that new type of socialization will affect all cities, Baikalsk included. So what we are witnessing, people who deal with urban development. So not labor, not work is the key element of life. Employment is becoming the key element of people's life. And because it's important for us to keep people busy with something so that they don't commit crimes. And given the improvements in labor productivity, we have resolved the issue of physical productivity. So the issue on the agenda is how to keep people busy. Why are people moving to Moscow, not to Baikalsk? There are 800 towns and cities in this country that are losing population. Only 30% of our cities and towns are attracting people because we're living in a new socialization paradigm. People are increasingly in the Western countries, in our countries, so people are getting paid for idleness. We have unemployment benefits, and many people are living as parasites off of those benefits, and everybody's happy about it. So the surplus product produced by society is being spent on those people. Another point of interest, the emergence of super cities, so-called super cities. A super city is not a Moscow or New York. It's New York, Tokyo, Mumbai, Frankfurt, London as a single city. And they promote a certain type of socialization. And I think 100 years down the road, we'll have a society of mega cities. So we'll have a mega society. And national states are in a crisis currently from this standpoint. How does Baikalsk fit in this picture? Will Baikalsk have a niche in the world of future? It's an open question. If it finds its niche, what kind of function will it have? What kind of niche will it be? Baikalsk, in its own right, as an autonomous unit, will not be able to survive on its own. So it would need to play some function. Of course, it lies on the lake, on the Baikal Lake, and Baikal is a unique nature resource which has been around for millennia. Thank you. I think you set the framework for our discussions. I would like to let other experts speak, and then we'll return to the question you asked at the end later. So, of course, we would like to know how this community of people in Baikalsk, how to make it, how to keep it healthy, educated, multicultural, and attractive to new leaders, appealing to new leaders, and self-regenerating. Zorikto, could you please tell us, share your thoughts about Baikalsk as a place, as a town, which is already now located in a unique place of nature, at the cusp of nature and human settlement. First of all, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you. When I think about an ideal town from nature's standpoint, I think that it won't be possible to achieve by 2040. But the time frame that you proposed, 100 years in the future, I think 100 years will be a sufficient time to develop technologies that would meet our needs. Why? The modern civilization is based on the acquisition of natural resources, and the explosive growth of population has been accompanied by a global degradation of natural resources, nature. More land is being used for agriculture, more oil, gas, coal has been extracted from the earth. So the situation when people just use resources, take it from the nature, use it, and throw it out in the form of CO2 emissions and household waste. I think in the long-term prospects, the situation is completely unsustainable. So the only way out is to try to make sure that the technologies which we're using in our lives, anything related to the human civilization, so to make those technologies approximate the level of efficiency of natural technologies. So the human settlements and technologies used there should become part of a circular economy, using as little resources from outside as possible, relying as much as possible on reusable resources, and producing as little waste as possible. So this is a brief comment on Alexei Muratov's intervention. I would like to say that talking about wild herbs, endemic herbs, the situation is catastrophic around the Baikal Lake. Probably you have seen boxes with Sagandala tea and with Sagandala herbs used as stimulating herbs. Today I came back from the Arctic, from the land of Franz Iosif. 10, 15 years ago, there were brushes of Sagandali, very popular herb. So you could see it all around the Baikal. But a few years ago, when I was taking a stroll along the shores, in the places where there used to be a lot of shrubs, I couldn't find a single blade of grass. So that's the case when we take everything from nature and do not regenerate, do not replenish it. So the situation with wild herbs is very challenging, but we can address it by learning how to cultivate, how to grow those wild herbs, maybe even in the urban context, trying to formulate goals for Baikalsk in the future, KPIs, so to say. The KPIs are very challenging, and they're unfeasible as it is. Speaking about water resources, because Baikalsk is on the shores of the lake, so zero emissions into water. Atmosphere, zero emissions into air. Energy, 100% renewable energy sources. Building materials, construction materials, we need to ensure nearly 100% reusable materials use. Food, we still need to feed our people. If we feed them with foodstuffs, inorganic foodstuffs, it would be bad for them. So we need to make sure that they eat healthy organic food. And this is all based on the flows of information. We need to make sure that all these resources are renewable. So, looking at the modern technologies we have available that can meet these needs, the situation is fairly difficult. The modern-day development of technologies and the current drive towards decarbonization. CO2 emissions is just a tiny part of human waste, and it's just a tiny aspect of how people are suppressing and dominating over nature. Now we have a political system which is easy to manage, but the challenges associated with living in the cities of future, ensuring their long-term sustainable development, our technologies are not sufficient to achieve this goal. So we believe that this new technological frontier, creating technologies, safe technologies for cities, for settlements, for nature, and for people, I think it's an enormous challenge which will become ever more relevant. Of course, challenge means opportunity, and Baikalsk as a testing ground for those new technologies, I think it's a very interesting topic, and so that's how I view Baikalsk. Thank you so much, Mr. Namsarayev. I think we will return to the points you made. You actually very smoothly brought us to the next topic, the marriage of nature and technologies. Mr. Romanov, could you please share with us your views on the world of big data technologies that have been evolving? Already now we're living in an epoch when the technological paradigms change very quickly, and new generations, they are having difficulties. They're living in a new paradigm, in a new reality, and older generations are having problems with adapting to them.
Good afternoon, dear all. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the floor. The technology is changing so fast. Everything is moving so fast and developing so fast that it's very hard to foresee the future. I don't think it's a good idea to plan the future. Maybe we should change the approach to planning towns, to planning infrastructure, and make it more operational, keeping track of how it affects the people, the residents, city dwellers. Now we have a lot of instruments that help track what is happening in the town, what kind of tourists are visiting it, what kind of dynamics it enjoys. Adding something new, adding new metrics, new data, studying the data, analyzing the data, we can find out what is really happening. So maybe if we change the approach, maybe if it's a 5-year planning or maybe 10-year planning, not 40-year planning, then we'll be able to adjust faster, to adjust the technology, to adjust to the need of people. I would like to share one more idea. I think it's the very correct thing that the focus of your master plan is on a person, on the resident. What I would like to add, maybe, today the modern trend is that a huge number of people have been working remotely, especially today in the years of the pandemic. And today we do not have to be residing in a specific place. It is possible for a person to move to a beautiful town, to move to clean air and clean water area. So I believe that there is a variety of people who are looking for the best habitat, for the best place of residence. They don't need to buy their the apartments or houses. They don't want to buy a car. It's important for them to live close to the nature. They will rent their cars, they will rent their flats or houses, they will arrange entertainment or schooling for their kids, and they can do that with a click of the smartphone. If we manage to create a kind of town of the future in Baikalsk, I will be the first permanent resident of this town. How do we choose a place to live? First of all, this has to be a clean environment, and today we apply a lot of technology. Just imagine a town where any litter or rubbish will be removed by a smart vehicle or smart machine that tracks, something like that. Or if a car is broken, it will be immediately fixed by a drone or a person. And I believe that it might be the first place on the planet where people will be willing to move, considering the environmental circumstances and the ecology and the beauty of Baikal. Thank you so much. I think the experts will comment on that at the very end. So considering all the rates, the technological rate of development, it is very hard to foresee what we're going to do and renew the plans for each 5 years or 10 years. Dear Kat, Katerina, can you please take a global view of Baikalsk to take a global outlook in terms of the technology of strategic foresight that you practice? The idea that I put into wording for you is that designing in a long-term perspective makes sense if you're thinking out of the box and taking a bird's eye view, zoom out, and you have to take a wider look at what you're planning on designing. And Yuri Pereligin mentioned that Baikalsk should be treated in terms of the global connections and connectivity. Please share your view of this town as a town of the future and maybe global trends that can emerge there or in other places. How can we treat the future of Baikalsk?
Thank you very much, Tumun. Thank you very much to all of you panelists for such a fascinating conversation. And I guess, you know, this is an immensely exciting project. It's a real flagship 21st century project of the kind that there aren't that many around. It's a model of it being an intellectual center and sustainable growth. And what's interesting is that it's both a powerful outcome and you've been using a powerful process to get to the ideas. What really resonated before was some of the words that you said around family. You know, you're very much seeing this as a kind of journey together to design this city of the future. And it opens from an outsider's perspective. It certainly opens up a part of the world that, especially to a Western hemisphere, is much less well known. So this project will be fascinating, not just for the UNESCOs that you mentioned, but for UN Habitat and UNEP. It'll be fascinating from an ethical investor's perspective, and it'll be very attractive to the international academic and think tank global community. So it'll be from those perspectives that I give some feedback. And as Tumun said, I'm a foresight practitioner, so we do look at the impact of global trends, changing technology, and how people can imagine a desired future together, but also manage the risk of issues happening that you can't influence, but you need to prepare for. And effectively what you're doing is, I think, picking up on Konstantin, we're not planning definitively for a future, but we are learning how to navigate an uncertain environment. And 3 points really stood out for me about your about all these proposals, which was A, the role of the story, B, the role of the people involved, and C, about the future. So in terms of the story, you have a very powerful narrative. The letter from the future says what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, which I think is extremely powerful when you're reading it as an outside policy and investor. You're outlining the choices that you're making, and you're emphasizing that this isn't just about economic trends and reality, but you're approaching a kind of holistic life where governance and education and the cultural life of people is important. And so absolutely, as one of your, Zorigoto was talking about, putting circular economy and the language of the Sustainable Development Goals at the heart of this will really kind of bring it to life for the kind of UN community. In terms of the second point, which is around the people at the heart of it, you've outlined a very powerful story of a unique location. It's an intellectual center with centers of expertise, clusters, if you like. What I found interesting is that a lot of it was talking about what it's going to be like for a citizen living there, but it also feels as if you're going to have quite a lot of transient community there who are going to be part of your family, but perhaps not stay there forever. So different personas might help to kind of explore who they might be like, people who might stay there for 3 to 10 years, an earthquake expert from Japan, a student from Lake Victoria, young people who come here for a few years, like artists and environmentalists. So what does that kind of plurality of space look like for a community that I'm guessing is going to be quite international? And then the final point I thought was around the, making this an attractive investment through, your powerful lens of looking at the future. So I think you're appealing to two types of investors. One is quite traditional investors who are increasingly concerned about stranded assets and, stress testing your plans against different scenarios, how resilient they are against different scenarios in the future is really important. So these are things outside of your control. It's likely that there may well be another pandemic of some kind. What's that going to do to eco-voluntarism and tourism? Are you prepared for that? What happens around, should there be Indian-Chinese geopolitical stresses in the next 30 years? How do you ride out the volatility around the price of oil and carbon? What are likely severe climate change effects and the second and third order of them around migration flows, etc. So that's the traditional investor community. I think there's another you appeal also very much to the ethical investors who are focusing on long term and trying to kind of ensure that intergenerational fairness is built into their investments to surface the longer term benefits. And I think something about, first of all, there is an intergenerational fairness assessment framework that you can use that says of generations alive and in the future, including your grandchildren and your grandchildren's grandchildren, as the gentleman started off talking about, who wins and loses, who are the benefits and who's paying. And that will bring to the fore that this is a very powerful investment, especially for the future. And at the same time, it's then important to kind of build and make sure that older people's skills who perhaps are less relevant in this future, how do they get kind of made part of this, future vision and get to participate, and young people get to participate in developing this trajectory. So this is all very, very exciting. And I guess that the final point that I have around this intergenerational fairness piece is that, you know, there is a trend increasingly that critical natural entities like lakes and rivers are getting environmental personhoods. They have the legal status of a person in international law, like the River Ganges and the Lake Erie, and feels like an agenda suitable for the ambitions of your new community, Baikalsk, that perhaps you could kind of focus and lead on that agenda for Lake Baikal. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I really hope to continue to be on this journey, because I think what you've been doing, all the long-term thinking around the Buryatia Republic, around Lake Baikal over the past few years, has been really powerful. So thank you for inviting me.
Спасибо большое, Кэт. Очень глубокие размышления, кросс-отраслевые, я бы даже сказал.
Thank you so much, Kat, for your thoughts, for cross-industry thoughts, if I may say so. I was greatly impressed by the idea, by the research of Professor Dasgupta, The Economic of Biodiversity, issued last year. It's the professor of the Cambridge University, research of Cambridge University professor, and focuses on the climate change ideas expressed at the climate change conference a few years ago. That sets the framework and some restrictions to where it comes from. First of all, in order to learn to find balance with the nature, we need to realize that under no condition the humankind will be able to leave planet Earth. That's why we should learn how to develop our own ecosystem. It's a very simple idea. Experts and practitioners and managers involved in the climate balance have to consider this idea. I would like to give the floor to Andrei Sharonov. Thank you so much, Andrei Vladimirovich. Thank you for your speech at the plenary session yesterday. So maybe finding commonalities with the discussion that we had yesterday, how to navigate a ship with our friends and families, with the people we know very well through the oceans and lakes of the unknown.
Thank you, Timon. It's an unusual genre for me, to be quite honest. Secondly, I think that the topic of management is not as important as the preservation of biodiversity. I think that management and the form of management 100 years down the road is more predictable than the technological development and ways to preserve biodiversity. I would like to make an aside remark following Yuri's intervention. I think that he credits Karl Marx with too much, and our national love for this leader, for this philosopher, created a lot of problems for this country. So since the ancient Greeks, people were obsessed with forecasting future and shaping future. So I wouldn't credit Karl Marx with this, because Campanella, who was 250 years before Karl Marx, wrote his well-known book, City of the Sun, and there were many other people before Karl Marx. So we can flatter ourselves, saying that we in this session are following their way, following their footsteps. How will management be arranged in the city of future? And I have not come up with any original, bright ideas. Maybe it's something about me. I think that all these ideas have already been voiced and fleshed out. So this decision, in case of Baikalsk, decision should be made not only at the level of Baikalsk, but also at the level of at the federal level. We would be moving towards the flattening of management system, deregulation, giving authority back to the local level. So problems should be addressed where they emerge, not at the federal or Republican level. Another important point, people who invested their money, they should have a stake in decision-making. They should have a say in decision-making. Money and their effort, their time, their creativity. So those people should have a say in decision-making right here, right now. And they need to be represented in the authorities. They should be represented in the advisory bodies that would be making decisions on the budget allocation, etc. Another popular thing nowadays, which has been actively discussed in Russia, participatory financing. It's a type of financing when taxpayers, people decide on how a portion of tax receipts of the budget. There are nuances, of course, but how the portion will be spent. So the executive authorities, they lose prerogative, they lose their monopoly over fiscal decisions. And what I thought is that incentivization system, the authorities, they should think about what would draw people to Baikalsk, what would keep people in Baikalsk. The current situation is not very appealing because over the last 20 years, a quarter population has left Baikalsk, but the city has a fantastic competitive advantage, the lake, the mountains. This instills hope, and I would think of how to engage marketing tools, how to sell in the proper sense of the word, how to sell the city to the outside world. I was thinking about Tereberka. It's a Russian town in the far north. It's a ghost town which came out of nowhere and which just capitalized hugely on its appearance in the movie, and it was a huge success. The profile has increased dramatically. So, and of course, I hope that Baikalsk could follow this suit of Tereberka. I will stop here. Valentin Vasilievich Lutunovsky. We discussed a lot the future of Baikalsk. Should it be a bottom-up process or top-down process? How can we make this a city, an equilibrium city between nature and technologies? Please share your views. We don't have much time. We have 5 minutes left, and you have the remaining 5 minutes. May I share my screen with you? I want to show you some slides.
Не видим.
Can you see them? No, not really. They should. Well, okay, now we do see it. Yeah. Can you see them now? Yes. Okay. Clearly, Baikalsk is on the same latitude as London. So it has 260 endemic species of fauna, a few thousand species of flora, varieties of flora. They're also waiting for their future. We can talk about the Huns and other ancient stories, but I think these two paradigms should meet each other halfway. So this is the city of tourism, Siberian town, a town on the lake. That's what we have so far. I think we should be guided by future. We should be navigated by future. And clearly, we need to have a certain level of thinking. People have general knowledge. We need to get philosophers involved, and we need to move towards the abstract thinking. What is an abstract level of thinking? That's what Toulon was talking about, strategic level of thinking. So if we take the pandemic, we used to have 36.6 average temperature across the globe. Then we had a fever. We responded. We addressed risks. Then we reach the inpatient clinic or outpatient clinic, and problem solved. So we need to change our living lifestyles. How can we do that? I would support Yuri. Our civilization is moving towards its demise. A lot of people spoke about it. Even the Rome Club wrote about it in its recent publication. We are at this point, a point of new central civilizational conditions. We're about to witness a shift, civilizational shift. Jaspers wrote about the period when the Islam, the Greeks emerged, and they created a new mentality that lasted for 2,000 years, 2,500 years. So we are in an anthropological shift. The past will demise, and we would need new philosophy, new mentality, new Weltanschauung for future. So there are 6 dialectic interchange basic categories. Human is at the heart, and 6 basic categories that he needs: economy, management, advanced development, security, ecology, and we will have, whatever our respected experts say, we will have to travel outside of the Earth into outer space. So what is environmental world creation, world building? We're not starting from scratch. We had Moiseyev, Vernadsky, Fuller, who said that Earth is a spaceship in which we are all moving. Where are we moving? Whither are we moving in the spaceship? We used to have socialists, capitalists. So I think that the world should be created for everybody, and we should, all of us should work for the world. It's an idea of planetarism. Whither is the society moving? Karl Otter said that we are in a transitional state from hierarchical state into a network state. We have network-based communication, network-based shops, So we are witnessing the emergence of a network world. And thanks to the network structure, many societies are able to survive now in the context of the pandemic. What Konstantin was saying, the new hybrid environment, marriage of real and virtual realities, artificial intellect, digital technologies, etc. So all these things will combine with the real world. Clearly, economy will be slightly different. It will be network-based. Probably money will disappear. So why we're saying it's a human-centric concept? Because the measure of wealth, the wealth will be measured not by money, but by people. People with a proper view on the world. The ancient Greeks told about it, the modern-day scientists talk about it. So what needs to be done? We should not miss this qualitative shift. In the 80s, when the Internet emerged, some scientists said this is the way of the future. Many people disapproved. But the Internet is here now, so we shouldn't we shouldn't overlook the new technological breakthroughs. E-planes, e-mobility, etc. So, to wrap it up, there is a need. The existing economic forms are outdated. We need to develop new directions for socio-humanitarian, planetaristic development that should cover different spheres, ecology, security, etc. And Baikalsk might become the center for the development of new types of socio-economic development of humanitarian scale. And the society will become smart, hopefully. Thank you, Timur, for inviting so many interesting people. We have Kat with us as well. So we have already, we're meeting a society of personalities. There's different structure of population, individual level, but a personality is a life, first of all, and that would make the lives of our young people meaningful. If we have a young people, what will they do? There are prospects we can move towards serving peace. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your very substantive intervention. I did not really expect that you would show slides, but thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think the key idea I borrowed from your intervention is that this city of future is a manifesto of sorts, a manifesto which cannot be forecast right here, right now, but based on our internal categories, internal values. We can imagine, we can perceive, and we can work towards it. And this is the takeaway, I think, of this meeting and the Baikalsk development concept. I really liked your point about network platforms. Network platforms are being developed by individuals and personalities in various spheres, and sky is the limit here. Well, slides are for our designers, philosophers, methodologists. Let's start thinking together in a large community of creative individuals. So this is that's a lesson, or that's a contract, a commission for for Mr. Sharonov. A lot of questions left untouched. A lot of questions would still need to be formulated, put on the agenda. We'll stay on this way, on this track. It's open, and let us shape up the image of, the beautiful image of the city of future. And I'm very happy that this beautiful city, Baikalsk, is in my home region. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, fine, you.
Good, on holidays.
Oh, great, yeah. We're gonna have a nice conversation, I hope.
I hope so too. My little one is going to be in the background. Her dad's kind of busy.
Okay.
We're literally on holidays at the moment, so.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. So like Robert Corrig, I will do this.
Okay. I think we'll start. Yeah?
Yeah, work away.
I don't know.
Good afternoon. My name is Yulia Varshavskaya, editor-in-chief of Forbes Life. I'm happy that we are going to talk to women and about women changing the future of the cities. Well, we still have glass ceiling for women, but we have heroines that managed to break through this ceiling, and they are going to tell how they managed to do that and how they are changing the world for women. Christine Lagarde paid attention that the states headed by women managed to cope with COVID better than other leaders. And there was a study published from analysis of a lot of countries saying that women leaders managed to cope much better, coordinating activities amid the pandemic. Gender inequality has been curbed, but still some consequences need 130 years to overcome. And half of the composition of parliaments are women in many countries, and we are here to find out how to improve the situation within a shorter period of time than 130 years. Lord Mayor of City Dublin with us today, Hazel Chu. Then Kitaina Olga, founder and CEO of Alto, Nana Katanashvili, nowadays partner, Natalia Maslilarsh, partner nowadays, Avakali, gender planning expert, and Anika Dalin, strategic development and gender equality officer, City of Umeå. First of all, Hazel, how, first of all, did you manage to hold this position, and how do you change the position of women working as officers in Dublin? Is there any difference between male and female administration in terms of urbanistic?
Doesn't seem to be working on the, yeah.
Oh, really? I think you should push on translation.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Do
you have it? Of course, I can translate it for you.
No, language interpreter. I thought I had it on and then it didn't work. So hang on, let's go. 1 second.
It's okay.
Let's try again and see if it works. I tried it again there.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Did you do it?
Can you hear the translator?
I just pressed language interpretation. So
Can you hear?
I pressed it once already. So.
Okay, let's
Can you hear the translation or not? I was asking how you managed to. She doesn't.
How did you reach? How did you reach? Google Live of other women in Dublin.
Well, apparently it doesn't seem very improved since I'm doing a webinar with a 3-year-old screaming in the background. So how did I reach here? I never started in politics first. I was I used interpretation button. It's not working. I got into politics quite late. I was working in nonprofits. I also worked over in New York, worked over in Sydney, and then I came home to Ireland, and I was head of function for a multinational. So I had a very stable job. I had very good income. I had a team, and then my other half decided he wanted to run for election, and he had never ran, and I had never ran a campaign, and he had asked me to help. So I ran his campaign, and from a unknown, he topped the poll. He came first, and with a very high result. And from that, I started realizing, oh, hang on, there's a lot in terms of campaigning I could do. And I joined the Green Party, which is the party he was with, mainly because for me, the environmental movement was very important, but also the social justice side. We kind of need a balance of both. It can't just be, well, environment is the only thing. It has to be in climate action without a cost on social justice and the most vulnerable. So I joined the Green Party. I got internally elected onto their national executive, which is their board. I became their national coordinator, which is the main chair of the board. And then last year, a year and a half ago, I got elected to be their chairperson. So from working within the party, I realized the one huge thing we were missing was more women in politics. So in Irish politics, there's only 22% of women in council level, in local authority level. There's only 21% in the Dáil, which is the main house that legislates. The Senate, the Seanad, is a little bit better. It's about 35-40%. So that's the upper house. That's actually a bit better. But what we want is more women across the board. For a country that's 50% women, we have a very, very low representation rate. And from being in the Greens, I realized that's what we had to change. To represent society properly, you have to start having people that happens to make up your majority of society. So we needed more women, and we needed more people of diverse backgrounds. We needed more migrants because we're 12% migrants, but we only have 1% that's elected officials in the council, in the local authority and national government level. So it just wasn't enough. So for me, I put myself forward then, thinking that I probably wouldn't do very well, since I've never been running before. I ran a campaign before, but I've never been a candidate. So I was kind of thinking that I'll come last, to be honest. I ended up topping the poll in my area and becoming, still holding the title for the highest percentage vote in Irish electoral history. So I managed to get more votes than any other person, percentage-wise, in history in Ireland. So that was a realization point of, this is something that we need to push more women to do. The initial fear of you can't do it, you can't get there. Once you jump, it becomes a hell of a lot easier. And from then, I got elected as Lord Mayor the following year after being councillor. Sorry, she's not playing ball. Hi.
Oh, that's cute.
Sorry. She's just going to be in the background for this.
Oh, it's okay. You're now like role model for a lot of women who are watching us now, because, you know, it's very hard to combine everything to find a balance. What is your plan? How do you see this way to win this gender gap in politics?
Quotas. So we have quotas on a local government level. We need quotas across the board. So we need quotas in terms of gender. We need quotas in terms of minority or diverse backgrounds. I think a lot of people go, oh no, quotas are bad because it's just saying that someone gets in without merit, and more so they're getting in because of their gender or of their diversity rather than merit. Majority of people I know, especially women, have the merit and they have more experience and they can do it even better. The only issue they have is the support and the resources in a lot of stages. So if you have a quota system and you're insisting, sorry, someone's brushing my hair in the background, you're insisting that each party has to run a number of women, before that they get a certain funding or that they get penalized, then that would make all the parties insist that they have to run women. So if we had a quota system across all the various government levels, what will happen is parties will run women, and then there will be a certain amount of women that's definitely there. And a lot of people go, well, you know, do we really need women? Well, the predominant image that's in my head, and a very good journalist had said before during the lockdown, was that our government is led by 3 male leaders. And they're very good leaders, but it meant that through the whole lockdown of the last 14 months, every presentation, every speech, every kind of on the podium outside Leinster House, outside the government building, was these 3 men talking and telling people about what was happening in the country. And it made me realize, hang on, as good as these 3 men are, they don't represent all of society. And somehow these were the 3 men telling us about maternity restrictions, about childcare, about working from home, yet still having to juggle life itself, about being carers. And this is, again, no disrespect to our leaders, but it just felt wrong. And it felt like it did not represent society. I felt very much like I was back in the 1950s, that there wasn't women out and wasn't women allowed to be on TV. And that's why there was these 3 people there telling us that they were all male. So I would insist on quotas, because quotas, as much as people don't like them, they will form a baseline. And once you have that baseline, you can improve from there. Because say you have the quota system for 2 elections, and people start realizing, you know, that woman that's running, she's really good, and there's probably other women like her. That's fantastic, and that's based on merit. And more women will see that and be encouraged to run, because they wouldn't immediately think, oh, hang on, if I run, I will fail, or if I run, I will not be supported, or if I run, I won't see my family. Like when you said it there, Julia, that trying to do it all and have it all and balance it all, it's incredibly hard. It is really, really hard. But at the same time, it can be done. There will be certain sacrifices, but you actually will get there. It's a lot of managing and coordinating.
Thank you so much. I totally agree. For quotes too. Thank you so much. Annika, I will speak Russian again. I hope you have this translation.
Annika, you're a counselor for gender strategy, the first Swedish city with this position. How do you form the work about awareness of gender inequality, and what strategy do you have and develop to cope with the gender gaps and creating, so to say, gender friendly atmosphere?
Thank you very much for inviting me here and for listening. I totally agree on the quota issue. I think representation is not everything, but it's an important part. I wanted to just give you a little bit of an overview of how we work with gender equality in Umeå. Umeå is a city in the north of Sweden. We have 130,000 inhabitants. And we have an overall goal for gender equality adopted by the municipal council, and the overall goal is to create conditions for women and men to have equal power to shape society and their own lives. So this means that this is a goal, since it's an overarching goal for the entire municipality, all the different branches of the municipality has to kind of work towards this goal. So streets and parks department, education, social services, etc. And this is a work that has been continuous for the last 30 years. So we have a goal. It's been framed in different ways over the years. And we also have a gender equality committee, which is a committee attached to the municipal council. It consists in elected representatives, and this committee revises proposals from a gender perspective before they go to the council. So when they go to the council for decision, they have a gender analysis on the table. And I give you this context just to say that to have this political mandate, both with a goal, a strategy, and a political and institutional structure for gender equality, I think it's very important for the long time work on gender equality, because it's not, unfortunately, not a quick fix. It's something that we need to work with continuously and put effort in. And how do we do that in Umeå? In Umeå, in our municipal strategies for growth, equality is an intrinsic part of these strategies, because we believe that if we want to create a sustainable city, we can only build it together with those who will live in the city. So when we think, plan, build our city, we use a method that we call the gendered landscape. And this is about integrating an understanding of gendered power structures and understanding the life conditions of women and men in all the work that the municipality does. So instead of creating kind of or plan to respond to specific needs or make kind of special solutions for so-called vulnerable groups, we instead really want to plan for a gender equal society. It's not an add-on, it's part of the basic planning. So we need to have a holistic view and a holistic understanding of the different groups of people that live in our city together in order to plan services and develop public spaces. So I'm just going to give you 3 quick examples of questions that I think are important to ask or to take into account. One is, who is represented? I think that Hazel said it very, very well, that we really need to, in order to represent society properly, you need representatives with diverse backgrounds. And it's not only in the political sphere, but I also think that who or what is visualized or represented in the public space is also important. So to the left here, you see the world's first publicly commissioned artwork dedicated to the Me Too movement. So it's a monument called Listen, and it's on the central square of Umeå, and it's financed by the municipality, and it's dedicated to the Me Too movement, encouraging everybody to listen to all these stories that came up. And to the right, we have Sweden's first Museum of Women's History, which is also a museum funded by the municipality, because we believe that it makes a difference who gets to be seen in public space, and who feels represented makes a difference for the people that move around. If you move around on the public square in the city center and you see a monument dedicated to the Me Too movement, or if you move around in the public in the city square and you see a lot of statues of old kings, who feels like they are important? Another question that I think is very important to bring with us is who we listen to when we plan and develop our city. So this is just an example of a place. It's a part of a park in the city center. It's called Free Zone, because and when we developed this park, we developed it based on the knowledge that when we do public dialogue with citizen dialogue in a traditional way, we will get a lot of voices, predominantly from middle-class men, middle-aged and middle-class men. And while their opinions, of course, also are important, they are not representative for the whole society. So based on that, and based on the knowledge that teenage girls are specifically an underrepresented group, we did a dialogue specifically and only with teenage girls to develop this park, and talk to them about entitlement and the insecurities and what kind of place they want in public space. And we also used norm critical design when we designed these benches, because we also have to question ourselves who gets to be the norm in public space. So these benches have a backrest adapted for a person whose body is 160 centimeters tall, which is the average height of a teenage girl. Because often we build spaces based on the body of an adult man as the norm. So just to give you quick examples, I could talk a lot about this, but time flies. And another, just a third important question that I think we also, they all kind of link together, but that we also need to bear in mind is who do we cater for? Whose needs do we provide solutions for when we provide municipal services? So just on the left here is a picture from a kindergarten or daycare, just to remind us that historically the basic services such as childcare have historically and still today play a crucial role in women's possibilities to participate in politics or in the labor market. And this is a basic service that the municipality provides. And how do we do that? And also just to the right, we have a picture of a tunnel that we built, taking into account the knowledge that women, especially women, feel more insecure when they move around in public space. So just to ask ourselves, whose mobility do we facilitate and on which terms, and whose experiences do we take into account? So here we specifically constructed a tunnel taking into account that women feel more unsafe and doing different measures. I don't have time to tell you all about them, but to build a tunnel where people feel safer to move around in, to not restrict people's movement in public space, taking into account that knowledge of the women's kind of collective experiences of men's violence and what restrictions that create. So just to sum up, what I really want to say is we need to, when we plan and build a city, we need to make visible and understand the lives of the people that live in the city. For that we need things like gender segregated statistics to really understand the life conditions of different groups and analyze what that means and what impact these differentiated living conditions of different groups have when they use the city and the municipal services. And then think from that, what do we need to change in order to contribute to more equal conditions for women and men to have the same power to shape society in their own lives. So that's a quick overview, and of course I could talk for hours.
Я бы хотела... Да, это потрясающе совершенно.
This is wonderful. You know, I would be listening for you for hours when we are talking about urbanism. So the scale is important. What do you think? Is it possible to use your practices, for example, in such a huge city like Moscow?
Yes, I think it is. I think that what we really need to keep with us is that gender equality is kind of like a globally understood problem, but it needs to be locally contextualized. So what we do here in Umeå, we take our statistics and we understand where do people, how do people move around, where are the labor, the big industries, and where do women work, where do men work, what hours, what does that mean for when we plan public transportation, etc. And that's absolutely possible to do in any city, but it needs to have a locally contextualized understanding of the specific place where you plan. So that's where you need to start in any place. Understand what are the living conditions for the people that live in our specific place. and what does that mean when we plan the city and our services.
Спасибо большое. Я очень надеюсь.
Thank you very much. I hope that we will live sometime in a world where people think about ours as well. But let us not talk about that too much. I wanted to give the floor to Nadezhda and Natalia. Before I ask about gender equality in architecture, I would like to ask you, what are the emotions that are aroused when we heard about Dublin, about Sweden? So, whether this is a different universe or getting close to something similar, I mean, gender equality in urbanism and architecture. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to say one thing. That I will be alone today. So in online that's difficult because you may just not see everyone who's present. Yes, that is very inspiring indeed. It inspires the hope that, well, despite a small delay, some of the global trends are always getting towards. Sometimes they are distorted, the global trends, when we are copying them. Sometimes we are copying only the external appearance without changing the content and the internal processes. But, you know, our society is, how to explain that? Well, the gender issues, they have two perspectives. And on one hand, we have conservative patriarch traditions, and on the other hand, we have the Soviet heritage, the Soviet history. Well, and always the women were forced to take on some male roles because of shortage of men, few men in post-war period, and women used to work. There were small maternity leaves, and I mean the period, and the tradition of a non-working woman was practically absent in Soviet times. That's why we have a kind of ambiguity. So the woman which may stop a horse while the horse is riding, that's a typical Russian proverb. And also we have at the same time the patriarchal stereotypes and cliches which are attributed to people's relations, and they are also about the image and the roles of females in the society. You know, I would like to tell a story about our bureau, because this is inevitable. And very often when we speak about our activities and our creative activities, we receive the questions which are gender-related. We receive gender-related questions because we are an absolutely female bureau, design bureau in a male profession. How it all started? Well, basically, that was never our goal. We never discussed that as a kind of a concept. This is how it worked out. It all started from myself. When I left a big office, I started to think of my own business. And just my girlfriends, they were just joining me. And we were 2, then 5. We worked in my apartment. And that was the attempt to create some comfortable environment. We all had experience of previous work in big companies. We left those companies, and we created a nice team for us to do something in a calm way, without ambitions for expansion and kind of, you know, some conquering some territories. And so we wanted to create an atmosphere, an environment which is convenient, comfortable for us to create, to be creative. And This is the concept of a cozy nest that we had initially, and friends of the friends, they would join us, I mean female friends. And for the first years, when we were growing and we were 17 people, all of us girls, and everybody started to pay attention to that fact because it really looked quite unusual. And so we paid a lot of attention to that. I mean, this experience and the press. And the press, the mass media, they pay a lot of attention to this fact, and we were the only from the Russian architects who are on the list. This is kind of a rating by Architects, a journal, 100 women in global architecture that you must follow. And, well, actually, since then, it's been several years, and now, from 32 people, we have 10 boys. So the situation has changed. I mean, in terms of gender, we do not have this concept of recruiting only girls, but this is how it works. 1/3 of our staff are guys, are boys, and all of the managerial positions are for the girls still. Well, actually, talking about our work, well, architecture, they say it's not for girls. That's not the profession for girls, architecture. When I started at the university, most of the students were girls. For some reason, at the stage of education, so we have usually 30% of boys, and when they become a design bureaus or architects, and they started to do some architectural business, usually the most outstanding ones and the most noticeable ones are the boys, and I am against, and I do not believe in differences in skills and abilities of women and men. I just believe that. I had many employees, and you know, I did not find any difference in creative opportunities and abilities between men and women, but there are social conditions. Because of that conditions, they grow from us kind of different people, though we have the same initial abilities and skills. Probably this is about the tradition of boys and girls upbringing. It does exist, at least in our country, and it is imposed on the boys the value of aggression. So they have to conquer the space, they have to be aggressive in their relations, and the girls, they are imposed to be calm and obedient and more slow, not as aggressive and quick. I think this is what has the major impact, what we are growing to be. And I have this issue with aggression, certain issue. I neither feel that based on my upbringing, I could be aggressive. When I look at the girls who used to work in our bureau, that's why I have more girls in our design bureau, because this is a nice, calm place, safe place. Everybody is friends with each other. Everybody is happy to see each other, and we are doing something together, and we are creative, and the boys, they choose something of their own to work in a bigger corporate companies where they have more opportunities. They see this role for them, and which is imposed on them. So this is something that should be in compliance with, and that for men as well, because not every man has this opportunity, but the society demands these achievements and conquering and stuff. And the girls are more tending to for a super ambitious career. Yes, just to clarify, thank you very much. Yes, you mentioned very important thing about the social context, but social, it's not at the level of the incoming message. When you only start, when you make the decision about who you are going to be in life, but social is also something which surrounds you in the profession. I know that you have big projects like the new Kremlin Museum and industrial zones of the city. On one hand, when you work in those projects, you have the big guns, so the big public officials, which do not have a good attitude to these fragile women, which try to change the social, the public spaces. On the other hand, they understand that they may do something differently. How you address your authority, you know how you should do that, but on the other hand, you face lots of stereotypes. And this second part, I would like to speak about. And this is about our communication in different spheres and industries of the business. So, I mean, based on my theory of the aggression imposed on men. And so, in different spheres, we have different gender composition. And we work a lot with the museums, the Kremlin Museum on the Red Square, and so on. And also, maybe that is not strange at all, mostly there are women who are the top managers and at all levels. There are more women. As for the construction and development business, so yes, there is predominance of men, indeed. And here, our position is the following. Recently, we worked in cooperation, me and 5 men's bureaus, and we did some work together. And when we analyzed the contribution of each participant, and I like that term, which describes our method of work and my personal method of work, this is soft power, the so-called soft power, soft skills. Sometimes I am waiting, sometimes I have some manipulations, but in most cases, this is the communication which is working to convince about my position, my opinion, to seduce them with my opinion. So that's the way of presenting the information. I am not aggressive in terms of conquering trust or something, or do that in a direct way to solve issues directly, but this is about constant selling of my ideas and enchanting them with my ideas, and also a team of people who think alike. And the people I work with, I try to convince them and using different means for that. Of course, when we are at the construction site, that's always a lot of adrenaline. I am usually the only girl, and around myself all of the managers of the construction and the foremen, they are men, and that may seem strange, but sometimes it's shocking for them, and sometimes it changes the situation. Because this is something unusual they have never seen, and I take more attention, and I have more people who listen to me, and I'm completely convinced internally about my position, and I I can manage in this situation. I cannot complain about something not working out because I am a woman. Because of the way I communicate and my confidence. And being a woman, I also feel another glass ceiling in my profession, and everybody is talking about that. And it also consists of social roles which are imposed by our society. And still, there is one objective fact. All of the girls that we work with in our profession, they have a big gap because of children. When they give birth to children, it's at least 2 years of life that we all lose. I tried not to take maternity leave, and my partners, they are trying to give birth to children at the same time, combined with working. But still, this is a blow, which is you get a hard blow on your way of life, and it is something which is an impediment for a couple of years when you are forced to just stop in your most active years of life. On one hand, this is because of social roles. When we don't have this tradition of men to be involved in upbringing of a child or in taking care of the child. They do not usually take maternity leave. It's almost absent. Well, there are some single cases. I already encountered that among my friends, but mostly it does not exist. And there's distribution of roles between mothers and fathers, so most of the duties are taken on by the mothers, and it gives lots of delays in your career, and you have to stop when you're in the best periods of your life, and that's hard to come back. I also experienced that, and I did not stop to be in charge and manage the office, but that was a hard blow for me for 2 years, and I was like stopping for 2 years, and there is an internal dilemma, and there is a big question mark whether I'm ready to have the second child, because for me it automatically means a loss in my creative way in life. Yes, thank you very much. This is once again a confirmation of what Annika mentioned, that the city environment should be built in a way and designed in a way so that after giving birth, a woman may get some extra things which could help her to eliminate that hard blow. I would like to give floor to Olga.
Olga, you were in our rating list of Forbes of best 30, and you also managed to get other awards. So you broke through this glass ceiling, and can you tell how the idea of your project was born? Thank you. Well, thank you for recognition of my achievements, but with the glass ceiling, it's about failures, and when you have failures and you are not sure, sometimes you should not think that it's not because you're a woman. There must be some other markers that would prompt you the reason for some failures. During the St. Petersburg Forum, there was a report about role of business women. 30% of business community are represented by women, and 20-30% investments business women. Well, and they manage to attract investments. Young business ladies think that they are successful, but they think they can get more if they were of other gender, but so far I have not had such moments when I could think that I failed because I am not a man. But well, still there's a feeling of it because my co-founder is a man, and when you communicate to different people, sometimes it becomes noticeable. I am a CEO, and my partner is a technical director, and people who wrote emails to us not knowing us and offer proposals about partnership and investment, they send these proposals to his email address, though such issues should be discussed with the CEO, that is with me, to Director General, and it's very illustrative of the attitude. I cannot explain, cannot find another reason, because the potential investors, they are male, and they send mails to men in my company. And sometimes there are international cases, well, about pitching the project, and usually it's CEO is involved, but the proposals are sent not to me, but to him. So, of course, I never heard it formally in the face, you're a woman and you are not capable of this or that. Well, but there are situations when you realize that you are underestimated or estimated in the wrong way because you're a young woman, and sometimes thinking the way to behave to, well, to have special conduct to minimize the risks for our business. Well, sometimes we may have some problems or difficulties, though there are some advantages, of course, and as for drawbacks, I try to compensate these drawbacks by my behavior, by the way I introduce myself, being very stubborn or sometimes slightly aggressive, sometimes charming. I understand what she meant, and perhaps I'm doing, in a sense, many things what she is doing. I guess it's the best strategy so far for young women holding high positions. May I have a question for you? When I was talking to organizers of the award initiative, we discussed the figures about social entrepreneurship and impact, and actually the world statistics shows that it is women who are founders and leaders of social responsible business more often than men. Why do you think it is so? Well, it's not a surprise for me because of the stereotypes, the way people are brought up regarding the gender terms, and women, there is an opinion, are prone to be kinder, softer, and so on. And as for men, they have to be more competitive to be winners, and you can see it on playgrounds when boys and girls are playing some games and doing sports. And sometimes if parents see that girls behave like boys, are very active, running and involved in some children conflicts, they tend to stop or pay attention to these activities. And I think it all goes down to parents, adults near such kids, girls, and usually if we speak about the elderly relatives, usually girls and women take care of those relatives who are sick at old age, and not men. And business with social responsibility is not so lucrative, not so profitable like other business spheres, and men are usually brought up as those who bring products home, and they are hunters, so to speak, and that's why they work in those spheres that are potentially more lucrative and profitable. We have several minutes left, and I want each of you, speaking about urbanistics, to mention one or two things that improved women's life in social urban space. Olga, so we will start with you. One thing that helped in urban space, as far as I understand, it's very difficult for young mothers with little children. Although I'm not an expert, well, the thing that might help you, let's put it this way, in your town, in your city, well, looking at the urban space to make it more convenient, working with toddlers and movement, free movement with little children. I am impressed, for example, that in restrooms, in all public spaces, in ladies' rooms, there are places for mothers with little children, and I think the same corners or sites in men toilets should be also present, because men can also go to toilet and change clothes of their kids. And so
each of you to name one thing that could change, that could make the city a female-friendly environment. What could you think about? One thing that could change women's life in the city.
Julia, I found a button so you can actually speak.
Oh, okay.
I found a button already, but it didn't work 3 times, so I had to reboot the system. I had to reboot the phone, and it finally worked again. So you can speak in your in Russian, and I can hear you then.
Хорошо. Тогда назовите, пожалуйста, одну вещь, которая на ваш взгляд.
Can you tell me one thing which, in your opinion, can you tell one thing which, in your opinion, might improve women's life, make it more convenient and comfortable in urban space, in social spaces?
Well, after listening to Annika, I really wanted.
После Анники, и я бы хотел, чтобы Швеция высказалась.
At the moment. And that's what we need to build it to. I know Olga may have mentioned it and your previous speakers about maternity leave and about how women lose time during maternity leave. So I would like not only just urban space to provide spots where breastfeeding mothers feel comfortable feeding their child, or toddlers feel, or mothers feel safe when toddlers are running around, and positioning of road and pedestrianization to fit a buggy and wheelchair as well, because a lot of our cities are not friendly to mothers and children, but they're also not friendly for accessibility. They're not friendly for disabled people. So for all-inclusive public realm space, we need to make things wider, first and foremost, but also have certain zones, to Annika's point about teenager zones, you need to have spaces that are for women. And and that sounds kind of segregating or discriminating, but it's not. You need to be able to not just have them specifically for women, but have them women friendly. Have them feel women when they go out at night. How do they feel when they go home? When they come out to the city to sit and have a coffee, where do they feel most comfortable with? But on a work side of things, this whole conversation is talking about empowering women and how to get more women in leadership roles and in politics and in business. So my main thing, if I was to improve the public realm for women, is how do we make workspaces better and childcare better for them? And for younger women, how do we provide that mentor space? So for all these shared workspaces we have, can we have shared workspaces where it's more friendly for women, so that if you are a younger woman starting off, that said shared spaces will have mentoring facilities, and you will straight away be able to feel comfortable in your career and be guided by women in your career. And later stage in life, if you choose to have children, is that space also shared workspace? Can it accommodate children? Can you feel like even though you're on maternity leave or coming out of it in a haze and your creativity isn't as much anymore, that you are surrounded by others that have that shared passion and that can help you, can bring you. There's nothing better, I find, within my mentors, from my mentors and from women I know that are in leadership roles, are that the woman that leaves out the ladder so that you can climb up afterwards is really important. So if you have shared workspace where you have mentorship from leaders, but also a space where you feel comfortable, it's really important. And also for older women, we always think that older women at a certain stage just falls off the planet. They don't seem to be anywhere. But I look at my mother. She's in her late 60s. She came over to Ireland with one suitcase and no money and knowing no one. And she ended up building 4 restaurants out of it. And her daughter became Lord Mayor. So for her, now that she's in her late 60s, she stopped working as much, but there's still a space. She wants to develop more in terms of her leadership skills, in terms of businesses. So what can we provide in terms of the older women gap as well? So it's looking at space in each phase and thinking what we can do for each age group.
Thank you so much. У нас осталось 2 ровно минуты.
We have 2 more minutes left. Annika, now we move to you. And one thing that might improve women's life in cities.
Yes, well, I think that you've all said really smart and really good things that I totally agree with. And I also really want to stress that I think that there is not necessarily like a one-size-fits-all solution, but really what is important is to understand the context of the place where you are. So I think that the starting point really is to have good information, so good gender-segregated statistics, and understand the life conditions and what that means for how they use the city. And then when we create solutions, have a critical eye always. So as Olga pointed out, like it's really good to have, we understand that women with children in a certain age have specific needs, but at the same time, we can not only create solutions that kind of cement or make permanent the structures that are in place, but we also need to challenge these structures and move forward. Like Olga said too, we can't just have provide public restrooms for women where you can change diapers, but we also need to provide them for men, to always kind of move a bit forward and challenge the norms, like understand the needs, create solutions that facilitate lives of people, but at the same time also take one step further and challenge these norms in order to change society in the direction that we want.
Спасибо большое. Ната, одна вещь.
Thanks a lot. One thing, I don't know if it is a good ending, but compared with each of you who spoke, I liked your opinions and what happens in Sweden, for example, or other Western countries. I want to remind where we are, what we are doing, what we are struggling. Just two examples. We have, for example, parking spaces for women, keeping in mind that women are not so good drivers and are not so good at parking like men. Or we have a social center with entertainment and recreation activities and cinemas. We have a special place called Place for Women with special functions. And we try to get rid of such things, explaining that we are living in the 21st century, but nevertheless men in our city still have such ideas to organize a sport for women or something like that. So, and to conclude our speech, we are in Russia, in Moscow. We are living in the world with women still needing safety in some social spaces. And the examples we heard today from our colleagues from abroad, they are inspiring, and what we see in our country, it's also great progress, and I believe and hope we'll have more comfort and safety. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, glad to greet you, Pavel Alferov, Professor of Business Practice of Skolkovo Business School of Administration. We have at this panel colleagues from different countries and from different, I would say, industries. We have with us Mr. Desyatov Vasily, Deputy Minister of Transport of the Russian Federation, Merkulova Anna, CEO of MOS Project 3, Alexei Texler, Governor of Chelyabinsk region, Bantemle Federica, Regional Director of Geodata, and Morozov Sergei, Deputy Governor of Nizhny Novgorod region, Dr. Alan Thomas of O2 Plan Consulting. Today we would like to discuss very essential and relevant topics. Russian President, during his latest speech, spoke about new tasks for construction industry, for faster and better implementation of infrastructure projects, including transport corridor Europe, Western China, and some regions of the Russian Federation, Nizhny Novgorod and Chelyabinsk. And we want to find answers how to ensure the implementation of presidential plan. So we have with us experts to speak about requirements to such projects and how we can implement them. I suggest we start from Vasily Desyatov. What can you say about infrastructure projects and requirements? What progress can be achieved and what difficulties are in the way? Good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear participants of this panel. Our moderator Pavel Alferov has said already that Russian president in May this year presented new large-scale projects, including those implemented by Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation. We have developed a complex of measures in connection with the presidential speech, and I would like to expand on one of the projects. It's the construction of road infrastructure of Russia. Its implementation of project of transport route Europe, Western China. It's a high-speed motorway from central Russian district, Volga district, for transit transport operations. Europe, Western China route involves not only construction of highway Kazan-Yekaterinburg and other parts, but also high-speed M11 Nevar Moscow-St. Petersburg, over 600 kilometers long. Construction of road in Moscow region, more than 20 kilometers, and as I've said, a new project of construction of Moskva-Nizhny Novgorod-Kazan road. M12 road is not an easy project in terms of implementation, consisting of 315 artificial structures. 3 of them are large, unique bridges. One of them is a bridge across the Oka River, then another bridge on the Volga River near Kazan. This project presupposes construction of road sections more than 800 kilometers, 1B category with 4 lanes, with a speed 120 kilometers per hour. Well, expected economic effects. Travel time from Moscow to Kazan will be reduced from 13 hours to 5.5, to Samara from 8 to 6 hours, and to Orenburg region from 32 hours to 20 hours. Travel time reduction. After the launch of this section, the total economic effect for GDP growth from 2025 to 2050 will be 200 billion rubles. We are planning to create 50,000 new jobs after implementation of this project. It should be said that international transport route Europe, Western China is a joint project of the Russian Federation, China and Kazakhstan. The implementation is under the projects between international partners, including Shanghai Treaty countries. The total length of the route is 8,000.5 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers in the Russian Federation, 2,800 in Kazakhstan, and other section will be in the territory of China. Of this transcontinental project presumes opening up broader opportunities for the Russian Federation at the neighbor, and it will connect transport route to seaports with optimal conditions to transport cargo in 3 main directions: China, Kazakhstan, China, Russia, Western Europe, China, Kyrgyzstan, and to attract 7 million of cargo, and to ensure the growth of GDP per 1 ruble of investment, the increase by 2.5 times, to ensure the growth of transport services with involvement of centers of economic growth, connecting them to other centers in the Russian Federation. Regarding microeconomic effect, we can mention the economy of using new transport logistic services by reducing the travel time between the major centers of production of the subjects of the Russian Federation. As we see, the purposes are very ambitious, and I will stress that the construction of this highway will have a positive impact on the industrial situation and development of the industries in the regions near the highway. Recently, we saw that large-scale infrastructure projects are in the sphere of attention of the government, and it was decided to continue construction of Kazan-Yekaterinburg highway. Currently, there are plans to continue developing the route and to start implementation later this year, to complete in 2025. This road will be almost 800 kilometers long. Economic effects of the construction are obvious, and I am not going to enumerate them. It's going to connect the Volga region with the Ural region, and one of the important things is reduction of the travel time by 50% and increase in GDP by 1 trillion of rubles and 30 new jobs, 30,000 jobs. And I'd like to mention another important theme is infrastructure credits. One of the key topics of our work is improvement of finance sector in difficult conditions amid the pandemic, which is still here and remains a threat and forming long-term threats and requires measure plans and further steps from the Russian government. Therefore, we are talking about different benefits programs with grace periods for rates of credits. The total sum is 500 billion rubles. The distribution will be according to the principle of less debt of the region. However, such loans will be provided under complete control of the Federal Treasury and Federal Executive authorities after a thorough expertise on a federal level. Infrastructure budget loans is a powerful tool for the regions to implement sectoral programs in communal sector, road construction that will help the construction of tube stations and implementation of projects of industrial and technological parks and clusters and the structures and buildings of the residential fund. We are short of time. Could you mention some important things that you have not said? Well, I'm going to complete, and I just want to say that more details about Nizhny Novgorod and Chelyabinsk, it's metro in these cities, this is all. And thank you for listening. It's really a story about global and ambitious projects. Here is a question. What technological solutions and professional competencies are necessary for the industry to implement them?
Well, do you have any special requests or any requests to the industry? Well, actually, it's construction and development. So here we are talking about big construction sites, and as for the industry, this is about also redevelopment of economy in general. Yes, of course, talking about construction industry, we are talking about development of the economies where there are construction, for example, of highways and roads. Well, this is like the driver, construction is like the driver of economy, the economy of the region, and it also includes metallurgy industry, electronic industry, so other industries. So how we consider that these projects and these investments will also become the driver for all of the industries in our country. Yes, thank you. It will just require participation of everyone. So let us give floor to Anna Merkulova, Director General of Mosprojekt 3. And we worked a lot with Anna Dmitrievna. And Mosprojekt 3 has important competences, and they are developing their competences. Furthermore, Anna, you had lots of serious projects and that you're involved in. So, how relevant the technologies that you offer are, and whether they are able to satisfy the needs of the state. Yes, hello, Pavel. Hello, dear participants of Moscow Urban Forum. This is the anniversary of our forum, and for me, as the manager of the biggest construction center, and we have several construction institutes, architectural institutes with over 70 years of history. And here at the forum, I would like to speak about the tools and the achievements that we currently have, and what are the tools that we use for our projects in line with the decree and order of our president on digitalization, technological innovations, and improvement of our solutions, and some solutions aimed at optimization and improvement of our legislation as well. Well, today we have already executed over 10 projects. I'm talking about our group of companies, over 100 kilometers of roads, more than 83 kilometers of metro, and lots of hubs. And we are participating in the biggest project in our country, development of Moscow metropolitan. And Sergei Sobyanin, our mayor, set the goal to increase by 1.5 times the size of our Moscow metro. Over the past 10 years, 177 kilometers of metro were opened on over 90 stations. The plans for 2023, from 2021 to 2023, are very serious ones, and they include around 57 kilometers, more than 57 kilometers of new metro lines. And the main and the key component here is, of course, the big ring, of the metro, Moscow metro, which will start its work very soon. And in this, under this program, we developed unique technologies for underground construction. I would like to briefly cover some of them. Well, in the first place today, for Moscow construction program, we already have many stations which are deep underground: Siligerskaya, Kruzhnaya, and also reconstruction of Petrovsko-Zamoskaya station. So the depth is over 60 meters, which is for underground construction, is unique, and this is one of the difficult elements of underground construction in our city and in our country as well. Today, we also finished Belomorskaya station under this program. And what is its differentiator? There is a big volume of construction works which was done with the non-stop circulation of the metro trains. At Nekrasovskaya line, we constructed the biggest station in Nizhgorodskaya. This was done using the top-down method, and we constructed and finished in 2019 on-ground unique metro line. So this is the extension of Sokolnikovskaya metro line to New Moscow, and it was finished, the construction was finished in 2 years' time. In terms of the speed, this is a great achievement. In our city today, We have parts of the Nekrasovskaya metro line using Spanish technologies, and we adapted these technologies to our legislation and conditions. And as of today, the line is being used, the tunnel as well. And for Moscow, this is a unique, exclusive experience of underground construction. And we may use these complicated engineering conditions, and we can decrease the startup works considerably and all of the costs. And also, since 2010 till present time, we improved the train management system, engineering systems of our lines. Now they are more modern and they are in line with the global standards. And also I would like to emphasize that under the program of developing the metro, we hit the global Guinness record, 23 tunnels which were built at the same time in our circular line. And here I would like to speak about several tools which may help us to deliver against the goals set by the president. So we just hit here the TMB tunneling machine. There were 10 such machines working at the same time. So in 2019, that was the best project of 2019. We built the Sokolncheskaya line, well, this new part of that line. What is peculiar about that? This is the unique technology. And this is a unique technology of construction. And in one transport corridor, we placed the modern on-ground light metro line, and it was economically attractive in terms of comparison with the speed of construction of underground metro. That was much faster. And these are 4 stations, over 11 kilometers of the new line. And also here it was included into the corridor, and that was inside the highway, and with the engineering system, with the specific protection systems for this metro line. That was the construction environment. We could also decrease the construction time, so it took us 2 years to build these 4 lines. This is a very high speed of construction, and one of the tools which helped us to decrease this the time of construction and top level of quality of this element of infrastructure, and this is the 3D models. And at the stage of design, we can come up with one solution for all the engineering systems and all of the architectural solutions, so that we can improve the quality and cut the timing for the infrastructure construction, the total construction. And also we had one single solution for the engineering solutions and equipment and metro equipment, and also we put together the legal foundation and we introduced amendments to legislation, and today we're optimizing and improving our legislation for design, and we are on the committee which is developing the beam legislation and beam modeling. Troitskaya metro line underground. This is for the big Moscow area, New Moscow. And we have the design, we have the project of this line, so it's over 1,500 kilometers. And today we started to work on this project today. And here, as you may see in the slide, this is the Troitskaya metro line. You may see that the information model, it covers all of the systems of the startup works and construction works. We may put them together. We may do quality planning, and at the next stage, with the higher level of quality, we can perform the construction. I would like to speak about two elements of improvement of beam model, which will be used for Troitskaya line. And this is the change of evacuation and fire safety system in metro. This is an important element of engineering system of any underground. And we did that at this line, so this is actually the first tool in the metro design and construction works in our country. So this is our exclusive feature. And also we used the underground 3D model. So we use the modeling, geotechnical modeling. We may build the models, do forecasting, and we can perform the top-level planning of design and startup works for underground construction, which is one of the key elements of safety of underground construction at its level. Another big project that we participate in, what Vasily mentioned, so this is the transport corridor Europe, China, Western China. We have about 800 kilometers of this work where we operate. Our institute, our group of companies, is participating in design and construction works. And in my presentation, I would like to speak about some of the tools that we use at this line. Well, there are some just peculiarities of working with some underground processes with the potential underground deformation and how we can model them. In this case, I'm talking about the deformations that we had in Nizhegorod region when we were designing this area, so that was the karstic deformation. And using this model, we can provide for a perfect result. So what this model gives us? So actually, it gives us a 3D vision of hydrological composition. And this model helps us to accurately forecast at the top level these potential changes. In here we are talking about karstic processes. We can make accurate forecasts, and we can provide for modern engineering solutions to provide for safety during construction and when it will be already used. I mean the highway. And also working in this project, we use the modern satellite technologies. This is the 3D laser scanning, and it had several stages, and there were works performed stage by stage, layer by layer. And this is how we came up with this 3D model. And here you also may do accurate engineering forecasts and also to make the top level engineering decisions. So this is the technology which we used also on this highway Europe-Western China. One of the potential advantages that we see of using 3D models, 3D model of underground spaces, when we work with the analytics and under modeling of underground space, one of the advantages is the system of underground monitoring that we currently use on the highway Europe, Western China. This is the monitoring system which is integrated in a specific way to the 3D model, and in online mode you may get the information which is required, which is necessary to make the decision about the condition of the site, its safety, security and reliability, and of course its characteristics for the end consumer and user of the highway. Well, actually, that is it from my side. These are one of the few tools that we use in big projects. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak about our achievements under digitalization of infrastructural projects in our country. Thank you, Anna. In your presentation, we may see that you have a huge experience and that you have the technologies which help you in big projects. And the next question is for Alexei. And I would like to speak about the experience of Russian megalopolises. And in the speech of Mr. Husnoli, one of the Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, so the public transport is losing its popularity, and which is a hazard to us. So the projects of developing public transport is the means of solving this problem, which should improve the economic operation in the city. So what do you expect from that? What do you have on your agenda?
Pavel, thank you, and good afternoon, dear colleagues. Glad to greet you at Moscow Urban Forum. Yes, really, when we are talking about development in the regions and development of cities and agglomerations, the top priority is the development of urban spaces, new urban environment as one of the promising and interesting areas to attract and to hold the population in the regions with the internal migration that we see today, migration to megapolises, capital cities. Of course, it requires extra activities for development to create points of growth in the regions for further development and regional and city economy for such cities as Chelyabinsk. I'm going to speak mainly about Chelyabinsk, though we deal not only with this city but with the whole region, developing other towns in the region, and we see prioritization in the development of urban spaces and city economy. It's not only about industries, but services sector, and young people after graduating from universities have to make a decision whether to stay or to move to another city to find job. And today we see that more and more attention is paid to development of urban territories and redevelopment of public spaces, new pedestrian areas. We are constructing new embankments with pedestrian areas on the bank of Mias River and on the shore of the Smolina Lake and bike roads. This morning I came to my office on a bike and I saw problems that need solving, and we have already agreed to develop a new program for bike infrastructure. Of course, organizing new green zones and preserving old facilities, restoring and building new sports and recreation activities are in our plans in the nearest future, and part of the funds will be private. And looking at development of urban environment, we should not forget, of course, about public transport. And here I want to expand on our plans. And some years ago, public transport in Chelyabinsk was represented by old pool of transport, old trams, mini vans, mini buses. Sometimes they have problems with engines, and that was an urgent problem that was covered in the press. And the quality of this transport was always the target for critics some years ago. So now, developing the new transport network, we are looking at Chelyabinsk and the Chelyabinsk agglomeration with neighboring towns, Kopeysk and other cities. It's a growth of passenger turnover that will increase by 20–30%. These are our goals, and meanwhile the passengers turnover regarding minibuses will decrease, and more passengers will be using large vehicles like trolley buses, trams, and long buses. That is our goal. And how are we going to achieve this goal? It's a priority to public transport. When you create priority lanes for public transport and purchasing new transport vehicles, we already bought 100 new buses in the last 18 months. Buses are holding a large number of passengers, and we are planning to buy more to increase the passenger turnover. So thus will double the capacity of buses. In the nearest 2 years, we are going to change, replace old trams and trolleybuses to new vehicles. Of course, it's not only about buying new trams and buses, trolleybuses, but the redevelopment and improvement of transport infrastructure. Well, transport depots are out of date, and you need to have new depots so that our trolleybuses and trams could have hangars and should be under the roof. Still I can say that many trams and buses are those that were in my childhood and where when I was a student, and we are going to renew the contact network of tram network. And special mention about metro, subway, or rather subway network for trams. We started construction of this subway in 1980s and still unfinished, and I am glad that a decision was made on federal level because we have designed two lines of subway for Chelyabinsk. Thus, in aggregate, all these tasks and plans of increase of passenger turnover and acquiring new transport vehicles will have a better picture. Thank you, Alexey Leonidovich. Well, really, you have a comprehensive approach, but from the point of view of discussion of today at our panel, I think this project of underground trams is the most interesting. How possible to implement such project, because it's quite new for our country? Well, Pavel, it's a good question. Well, really, when we look at this new tram, underground tram, it's a combination of public transport with different advantages because it provides more opportunities for transportation, light and modern transport, very good for agglomerations, and it may ensure infrastructural transport construction, infrastructural support in full compliance with international standards. It's a contemporary solution of world level, and today the commission of the Russian president to the administration of Chelyabinsk region, and we see now that Chelyabinsk region and our group of companies is ready to implement this project in compliance with international standards. Anna, thanks a lot. Anyway, I think we'll have to use some foreign experience, because such underground trams, the high-speed trams, are extensively used in other European cities, and of course digital technologies are supported. And we have with us Federica Pandemi. Digitalization is a rather new area with experience from different countries accumulated. How, from your point of view, does Russia look? Anna and you worked together in one project. Can you speak about other experience, joint experience maybe, and how such experiences can help to implement similar projects with underground trams? Federica, yes, you're welcome.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody. It's nice to be here. Yes, the experience on underground, let's say, light metro is quite popular. Also in our city, Turin, and we have also the experience on other country. I will then show something in my presentation, and of course the BIM technology applied in Russia is quite prosperous. I had a very good experience with Mosprojekt 3. And I followed also their program of training and what they do for the design of the metro, just shown by Hannah. And I think this is the future as it is also in other country, depending country by country. There is different rules, and I am looking forward for the best on the next steps of the design. Shall I show my presentation?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, a brief introduction of our company. Geodata is an engineering company established in 1984 in Turin, Italy, and we are leader in Italy and internationally recognized in the field of the design of engineering of underground infrastructures, as well as in the design of urban transformation, especially on the metro sector. We worked practically in all the 5 continents, and we established our relationship with Russia a very long time ago in the 1994. Then we established our first office in St. Petersburg, and in 2012, even myself, I work in Moscow with our office and with our local engineers and geologists. Some experience in this slide in relation to the development of design with the BIM technology. A lot of metro, I can mention not only the experience in Russia with the transit-oriented development Ryazanskaya, but also, for example, Istanbul Metro or São Paulo Metro in Brazil, as well as a lot of railway infrastructure in Italy and also in Australia. One of the most important design we did, and we did the design with the BIM technology, with the transit-oriented development related to the terminal number 2, the OZEP building, which is this building. And we did it with the BIM technology. And the Ryazanskaya transit-oriented development is located on the southeastern sector of Moscow. On the Ryazansky Prospect is set up at the junction between the Kurskaya Palashika railway line with the BKL line and the new Nekrasovskaya metro line. This transit-oriented development, let's say TOD, is one of the bigger intervention included in Moscow urban planning, being also one of the biggest TOD under development, almost concluded, in Europe. Is realized in a transit hub, commercial retail spaces, and office tower, and 2 metro rail terminal buildings to be built around a public park where ground transportation is also located. This point applies to the characteristic of the intermodality inherent of a typical TOD. As it known, intermodality consists into the possibility for user to switch from a transit mode to another one. Geodata was in charge of the design of the OZEP building, so-called Terminal 1, while the Terminal 2, sorry, while the Terminal 1 was under Mosprojekt 3. And this OZEP building includes 2 underground floors and 3 upgrade floors. Thus, the speech is focusing into that. In this sense, the connection between the existing rail system and the new metro line was done with the creation of a large underground transit hall where all access to the different stations are brought to the same underground level. The architectural and functional design was the starting point to build the BIM model with Revit, making the architect able to follow all the constraints and the requirements of the stakeholders. In this sense, one of the most important challenge of the project was also the design of the facade.
Фредерика, я прошу прощения, что перебиваю.
Federica, I do apologize for interruption. We are limited in time. Can you speak about underground? And we do not have, unfortunately, a lot of time. How do you see implementation of metro, underground high-speed tram? How your technologies can be applied to such tram networks?
Of course, we are able to design all the linear objects with the BIM technology, starting from the architectural model to the model of the tunnel, and we are able to create a federate model with the connection of the architectural, structural, and technological solution, as it was for the Ryazanskaya project. We applied all this kind of technology, for example, the last time in Australia for the Sydney Metro and for the Melbourne Western Connex railway line.
Right, Federica, and if we are talking about larger scale projects, we have, for example, this project, Europe Western China project. What digital projects can give to such large-scale projects like highway from Western Europe to China, for example?
For example, as I was presenting the 3D model of the geological setting, we were charged by Mosprojekt 3 as internal advisor to create the digital 3D model of the full and complete stage 5 route of M12 highway speed in the region of Nizhny. Why we were in charge of this? Because the region is quite complicated from the point of view of the geological settings, and the creation of a model, of a geological model in 3D, make able the engineer to create the countermeasure to be applied in order to make safe the design, and of course also to make it sustainable on the cost point of view on the long term. And we provided this advisor expertise as the first time in Russia it was requested by us, passed by Mosprojekt, because of the high risk of this kind of route, which was already exposed by Anna before. So in this kind of situation, our technology was applied to geology and then should be connected with the projects of the infrastructure in order to cross-check all the constraints. And these make a huge advantage in terms of control of design, and of course, it will make a huge advantage during the construction, but of course also especially during the long-term activity, because it is a prospective way in order to make sustainable from economical point of view on the long term the infrastructure. Here I'm showing to you some of our elaboration already introduced by Anna. And the conclusion of the elaboration was the detection of the area where to apply here all the necessary countermeasure, the structural and geotechnical countermeasure, against this active activities of karst.
Спасибо большое, Фредерико. Очень впечатляет. Видна огромная проработка этой темы.
Yeah, it's very impressive, huge work. Thank you very much for these slides. Federico mentioned M12 and Europe, Western China. They are in the territory of Nizhny Novgorod, but there is another interesting project. You have planned another project to stimulate public transport there. What are your expectations from this project, the technology there? Yes, that's right. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and Pavel. First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee and Anna, first of all, for organization of this timely and essential panel within the frames of Moscow Urban Forum and for the opportunities to speak. You were right by saying that public transport started losing popularity, and in a nutshell I will speak about our transport reform that will aim at better services for passengers. The key element is creating transport carcass skeleton with the support on street transport. It covers metro and trams in Nizhny Novgorod. We are planning a multimodal network with a lot of nodes where people can change from one vehicle to another, including even commuter trains and cable transport. And modernization and upgrading of public transport and replacement of older vehicles by new and the new transport network, creating conditions for prioritization of public transport, making it more attractive for the population. Considering the scope of the reform, we have several stages, and we are planning to implement these stages in parallel. And these reforms are connected to modernization of infrastructure, including electrical transport, 97 kilometers of tram lines and construction of new tram lines in those residential precincts where this transport is in high demand, and construction of subway stations will be money consuming, and modernization of infrastructure plus renewal of transport vehicles, replacement by new ones, development of non-street transport. It's not a wish, but a very urgent necessity, because Nizhny Novgorod is complicated due to landscape features, and there is a river separating the river. One bank is significantly higher, and historical buildings, they are obstacles, and very high traffic, of course, are obstacles. And on the whole, the development of metro is the backbone of new comfortable transport network. The total cost of this project will be almost 57 billion rubles. The construction of new tube stations, as far as Opera Theater and the Sinaya Square and new metro station Sormovskaya. We are planning to attract subcontractors with turnkey projects, and the design will be in digital format, which in our opinion will reduce the period of different design and construction work, and to reduce the risk of human errors. The construction of Sinaya subway station will be additional impetus for complex development of the adjoining areas. The investors considering the development of metro station think of other projects. One of them is a project next to this new underground station. It's a commercial and residential property within a walking distance from this metro station, and creating over 8.5 thousand new jobs and the comfortable transportation of passengers, and we are unloading the burden of some streets and highways, and creating and construction of new metro station will improve the priority and popularity of public transport. Well, not only unpopular measures like fee-paying parking spaces, but such measures will make it very popular, and we are going to create a new transport hub for the residents of Sormovsky district, which is far away from the city center, and have a lot of inconveniences in getting to the center, and it's difficult to construct the very efficient transport network, and therefore we studied several options to create a better transport network, to construct several tube stations. The new section is 4 kilometers. It's a very expensive project, about 40 billion rubles, and another option is construction of high-speed underground trams, 4 billion rubles. This option is much more attractive, and it's our priority. And then it was advisable to construct a new subway station with a new transport hub, multimodal transport hub, for the passengers to be able to change to commuter trains and other kinds of transport. By our estimates, these measures will reduce the travel time at rush hours from Sormovska to Sinaya tube station by certain minutes, and which is a very good solution. And we developed a draft documentation, and today our target team found a number of solutions, attracting third parties or experts. First of all, we found an opportunity to change the plan and to offer another route with a reduction of 10%. It's a new line with a 12 kilometers length and new technological peculiarities, and two curves of small radius that would make maintenance much more difficult. And the next point I want to mention in the scope of planning work and solution, and the reduction of underground spaces due to automatization of processes, minimization of the personnel there, and optimization of the work of the repair team, and comprehensive solutions for repair work. All that will help to save substantial resources. At the stage of preparation and design, we found an opportunity to reduce the construction sites, because the new technological solutions were offered to ventilate the stations, and that reduced the costs for preparatory period. And during the preparatory stage, it is planned to commence works without special permits. It's organization of construction site and organizing engineering network, freeing this space for construction work. And we are at the stage of starting the bidding process, and we have planned to develop all this at the stage of development. So we are going to reduce the period of construction up to down to 37 months by revising the whole schedule of works, and the costs will be between 3.5–4 billion rubles. After discussion of experts and technical feasibility study and analysis of reserves of spaces that will be used for design of metro lines and reduction of design work at new stations. According to estimates of the Design Institute, upon completion of new subway stations, on the whole, upon completion of transport network, the passenger turnover of subway in Nizhny Novgorod will increase up to 60 million people, which is per year. Well, of course, it's very good in terms of redundancy. It will be a skeleton or transport skeleton of the city, and will enable to unload transport network and reduce the number of vehicles in transport depots, and we think about 35 and 37 to complete. I want to say that at the stage of project preparation, we have come forward with a new solution for development of Nizhny Novgorod metro as a new comfortable transport network with better services, which is very essential for a megapolis. Thank you for listening.
Sergey, thank you very much. The project looks very valuable for the city, and then that's not something usual. So, Anna, I would like to ask you, you have a lot of experience in construction of underground transport. So, how would you assess this project and its executability? Well, Pavel, I would like to say that being an expert here, well, I'm very positive about this project, and also I may see that the authorities managing the big cities in our city, they have more vision, they are very professional, and they are developing and also managing the infrastructure properly. And one of good examples, this is the region of Nizhny Novgorod, and we know this project. We believe that this is a global level project, that it can be just executed in a short period of time compared to its initial version, compared to what Sergey said. And we believe that in Nizhny Novgorod metro we could use all of the most advanced technological solutions, and also the safety system, security systems, and also the solutions related to startup installation works and construction works. Being professional in the construction of underground, this is a unique, very interesting project. And today our colleagues have all of the abilities to make it a success. We have a global star, Dr. Alan Thomas. So Alan, you could look at the plans of the Russian Federation, the plans that the Russian megalopolises have. That will be interesting for us to see and hear from you whether we are in line with the global trends, what's happening in the world in terms of development of megalopolises and agglomerations. So you have the floor, please.
Прошу прощения, Alan.
Sorry, Alan, the microphone. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
It's a very, very typical mistake. So I was just saying that I've been working for the last 25 years in underground construction and metros. including the Moscow Metro, and it is a great pleasure to be talking to you today. And I have been very impressed with the presentations from everybody speaking and the level of sophistication of some of the designs and the projects that are being delivered in Russia today. I will give an overview of some of the trends in digitalization, starting with BIM, and talk a little bit of how this all the data we have is being integrated in the form of systems engineering at the end. As you know, BIM is more than just 3D drawings. You can see at the bottom how you can add different levels of detail. The more intelligence you add to the model, the more you can extract from it and simplify the whole process, as has been described earlier, of producing tender documentation and getting approvals and the design coordination. However, this does take a lot of effort. There's some very special skills and software. So we have to think carefully about what is the right type of digitalization to use in each project to get the best out of the resources we have. You can see some examples here on the left. That's a project I worked on in London, Crossrail. Simply by drawing things in 3D, when you have a very complex environment, Moscow has a very complex underground environment, that helps with the design development. But we can go much, much further. And you can see the example from one of Mosproject's projects, where you have that BIM model showing the mechanical electrical equipment. You can do that clash detection. You can have that integrated design in advance and save problems during the fit-out stage of the project. There's a huge amount of data we can pull together, and I will show that a little bit later in the systems engineering. Another typical application is visualization. And here you can see that from a 3D CAD model, you're then branching out and you're using the data in different ways with different technology. So visualization is typically created using gaming software. It has some great advantages for explaining to the local people the benefits of projects, how it'll look during construction, but also, for example, in training the people who will operate the system. How will it look? How can you operate in normal and emergency conditions? There are many applications. We have a problem in many places, such as London or Moscow, where we have an extensive existing system, but very often we have very little information about it. If there are drawings, they are in paper. We don't have digital versions. So there are new technology coming out with laser scanning, and I think that was mentioned earlier in the context of the road project. With laser scanning, you can build a 3D model, and you can create what is called a digital twin. So you have a digital version which is showing you exactly what you have. The costs of that are reducing, and we can go a step further than that by using artificial intelligence and machine learning to analyze the information we obtain. This is an example from a friend of mine in Betty Consulting. They're looking at an old brick tunnel in the UK, and they're mapping the cracks and where the water is coming in using machine learning. So you automate that process. And then you can see you're going into the area of asset management. Many of our cities have existing systems. How do we look after them? How do we get the best life out of them as we go forward? So there are huge advantages. We can all see those advantages, but there are also some disadvantages, which I have mentioned earlier. I can pick out here also the question of the type of storage of data. Are we storing it in formats that we can use in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, as we develop the metro systems in the cities that have been described, or we maintain the road project? There is also a question of security. You can see the picture on the right is from a metro station in London. There's a lot of information about fiber optic cables, gas pipelines. Those are quite sensitive structures. How do we share and store the information in a secure way? These are some questions to think about. So So finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about systems engineering. Quite often we think about individual disciplines, geology, structures, railways. We need to think about integrated systems. A metro only works if everything works together. And you can see that in the problems on Crossrail at the moment, where a system is not working together. So at the center, we can have the common data environment, the BIM model, and we're feeding in the 3D models of the geology, for example, as was shown from the road project. We're feeding in survey data, perhaps of existing, and then we can start to pull things out. Visualization is quite easy. But the really clever thing, and this is experienced from a major road project in Norway recently, is if you can automate what you take out. So there, the list of the quantities for the tendering comes automatically from the BIM model. And also on that project, they had to do a calculation of the carbon footprint. That's drawing the same quantities out from that. But the coding for each item was consistent with the standard specification for the Norwegian Road Authority. In many of the projects you're looking at, you may have a standard specification system, so they're all linked. When you click on a single item in the model, you know what type of concrete it is, what is the specification related to that, what is the embodied carbon, what is the cost.
Томас, прошу прощения, наше время выходит.
Sorry, Thomas. Yes.
So, and that leads forward to the final question about construction management. So on that road project, the equipment that will be making the road will be controlled from the BIM model and will feed information back into that to monitor the progress, how much the compaction, the settlement, and so on with GIS systems. So in conclusion, digitalization has great benefits. We need to think about GIS, not just BIM and 3D, and some excellent work by Maxwell Systems that I showed in that picture. We also need to think about the type of projects we're doing. This is very good for some of the mega projects you're showing, but maybe not sensible for some of the smaller projects. And if we think about the whole system working together, that is the best way forward. Спасибо большое.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think we may put a full stop here. That looks like a nice story. So the customer has an understanding what he needs, and there are technical solutions in Russia which may satisfy this need, and Anna demonstrated that, and those solutions, they are completely in line with the global trends. And now, as we know the goals, we know the tasks, so we may start working. Let's get to work. Let's hope that all of the projects will be executed as they are thought to. I would like to thank all of the participants on that. Let's go and do it.
Добрый день, в эфире Московский урбанистический форум.
Hello, this is Moscow Urban Forum. My name is Ksenia Chudinova, and today we have the session about one of the most important problems of the 21st century. Well, based on the statistics, around each will face this problem, or some of the family members of each person. So we are talking about obesity. So how we could discuss that, and what happens with obesity in big cities. We are going to discuss with our wonderful speakers, and I will introduce them. We have David Napier, Professor of Medical Anthropology, University College of London, and we also have Sofia Bloch, endocrinologist and nutritionist. Hello, Sofia. And a little bit later, Sarah Leprock is going to join, director of the Trustees Council, representing the community of patients who works with stigma, and Natalia Fomichova, head of an NGO Center for Applied Research, Russian Society of Psychosomatics, and Olga Pustilnikova, nutritionist. Hello, I'm very happy to welcome you. Let us start straight away, because this is the problem which is very important, and we don't have the time to wait. We need to deal with that immediately. My first question is to David. If I allow you, I'm going to give some numbers. If in 2040 the trends will remain the same, almost 1/4 of people in the world will suffer from obesity. 1 in 8 will have the diabetes type 2, and the incidence of the disease will be number 3 globally. Especially that will be the case of big cities. Of course, we cannot stay away. That's not because we are concerned about our physical and external experience. It's about health and the workload for health systems. I would like to understand, so what is the current view of the professional community about this problem? Is the problem which has to do only with a healthy lifestyle, and this is the problem with the human habits and not the real healthcare problem, and how you are studying that? Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I trust that you all can hear me well. I'm David Napier, Professor of Medical Anthropology at University College London, and I'm also the Global Academic Lead for Cities Changing Diabetes. Thank you for the introduction. I think the best way of going about answering your question is actually to pose it in terms of other sociocultural questions. May I have the first slide, please? The next slide. Thank you. So the questions that I was asked to address are: what sociocultural factors influence the development of obesity? What programs are megacities implementing to raise public awareness of obesity? And can a person with a high BMI be healthy? How should we raise the issue of obesity in the era of what we're calling this new ethics? Now, within the framework of the next 5 minutes, I'm not sure I can address all of those, but I'll certainly try to do so within the context of the presentation and also the discussion. I'd like to take the next slide, please. The first question: what sociocultural factors influence the development of obesity? Now, we call these sociocultural and not simply social determinants, because looking at social determinants by themselves is only the part of the picture, stating, for example, that health outcomes are important and related to economic or stability or education. These are all quite critical, but what they neglect are the compounding ways in which these risks and resiliences are realized in real time in particular places, and especially in the lived experience of people living in cities. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what I mean by the ways in which sociocultural drivers affect risk or resilience. May I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Sorry, may I have the next slide? The next one. May I have the next slide, please? I'm sorry, they seem to have disappeared, and I'm looking at someone in a car at the moment. There we are. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to give you a few examples of this in the minutes that I have. And the first I want to deal with is how views about health or illness impact people's experience of diabetes and obesity as well. And what we mean here by cultural are the ways in which our shared conventional understandings, the things that we value, impact us. So, for example, in Mexico City, the need to produce daily income and the fact that work is not guaranteed means that workers cannot engage in preventive health because living itself makes prevention impossible. Diabetes and obesity as a risk factor for it become minor, and even though it may be the thing that eventually kills that person. May I have the next slide? Next slide, please. So to give you an example of this, here we have a generic image of a man. Let's call this man Juan. He's healthy, he can work, he feels healthy. Obesity for him is not his problem. In fact, diabetes or obesity may be 10th on his list of concerns. Next slide, please. For Juan, his main concerns are rather different. May I have the next slide, please?
Next slide.
I'm sorry, my slideshow seems not to be working for some reason.
Yeah.
There we are. So Juan lives about an hour and a half out of Mexico City. He has to get up at 4:30 in the morning. He has to go down to the local taco place where he gets his lunch, what he considers a healthy meal. How could a Coke in this food be considered healthy? It's healthy because the Coca-Cola won't give him dysentery. If he has dysentery, he loses his job. It's good for him because he likes the taste. The food has lots of calories. He can pack it away. It goes with him to work. He can eat it all day, and he can return home assured that he'll be able to get back to work the next day. So Juan's conception of what the risk factors are for him are very different. Diabetes or obesity are very, very low on his list of concerns. What he's concerned about is what he can eat to give him energy, to keep him healthy enough to work, and to allow him to earn an income so that he can send that money back home. Next slide, please. And of course, back home, what do we find? Next slide. Back at home, we see Juan's wife and children in Chiapas. Here, very young children are being accustomed to the flavor of Coke. Why are they drinking Coke rather than water? Because Coca-Cola is actually less expensive. It's less expensive than water. It tastes good. It gives them energy. And especially if children are hungry, it has an impact on their ability to maintain that hunger through energy received to them by the drink that they have. Next slide. So that's one example of how compounding risk factors fuel one another in real time. How that is to say, his resilience or vulnerability is built around what he's able to do in life in real terms, not in terms that we would want him to live by. May I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Second example, self and other. To whom am I comparing my own health? When normative body image changes, so do perceptions regarding what a healthy body might look like, don't they? We call this peer appearance. We see this all over the world. In Houston, for example, Houston, Texas, body image and dietary behaviors are impacted by demographic, epidemiologic, and nutritional transitions. In other words, the whole question of what is an ideal body size is mediated by very strongly by these sociocultural factors. Next slide. Sorry, I'm having difficulty with the slides here. This is made very evident by the fact that if you actually think about the status of obesity and overweight in Texas, over 30% of the population is obese, and 2/3, 2 out of 3 people are obese or overweight. Next slide. This is very important for people because if you realize that what the environment you're living in, may I have the next slide, please? The environment in which you're living does predicate your perceptions about what health and well-being are. If 2/3 of the people in the environment in which you live are either obese or overweight, your views about what obesity and overweight are actually change as well. May I please have the next slide? I seem to have lost my PowerPoint completely. I don't know what's happening, but let me continue, please, because I'll just make the points without the PowerPoint because we don't have a great deal of time. The point that I was going to make was that peer appearance matters. And if you give people a chart that shows various body sizes, what you'll find out is that oftentimes if they live in an area where there is high obesity and overweight, their ideal body size shifts up the ladder considerably in terms of BMI. So somebody with a BMI of 26 or 27 or 28 may actually be healthy, have a healthy appearance, or even appear slim as compared to the population at large. So these risk factors are actually highly mediated by the environments in which we live, the urban lifestyles that we have, and the kinds of foods we eat. Next slide, please. I'm going to give you one more example, and then I will pause because I'm running out of time here, and it's taking a bit of time to get through these slides. May I have the next slide, please? One more example, change and transition. How does cultural memory impact food habits? Experiencing change and transition, moving from a rural to an urban area, moving within the nutrition transition from the absence of food to plentiful, high energy food can have an immense impact on the way people perceive their eating habits and what they value. So experiencing change and transition can have practical and psychological consequences, especially if there is no community or social support available. And in many environments, the recent memory of hunger and resource shortages among people create an environment that is by definition obesogenic. May I have the next slide, please? I'll give you an example. Next slide. So I will just talk over this because it may take time to get the next slide. So for example, if we look at China, we may find that the children currently living in China, that their grandparents survived the Great Chinese Famine in 1958 to 61, where an estimated 35 to 45 million people died. Now, the children of those grandparents were subjected to single-child policy. So what happens now? What's happening now is people migrate to urban areas to get work. They leave that child with the grandparents. And what happens to those children? This is the only child these people may have, and they've left this child to those grandparents. How is that child likely to be treated? We can be assured that the chances of that child having to deal with obesity have risen dramatically as a consequence of this change. So these are just three examples that I'd like to offer you that I think demonstrate this. And what I'd like to do, since I've only had 5 minutes and it's taken a while to get through the slides, is I'm going to save the two remaining issues for the discussion so that I don't spend too much of our precious time, 45 minutes, talking about this. Thank you very much.
Right. Thanks a lot. This was a very clear and pleasant story, well, with social, cultural factors around, well, or consequences, factors have an effect on us, the way we perceive our history and who we are. Sarah LeBlanc is with us, and thank you for joining us, Sarah. And I want now Sophia Bloch, endocrinologist and dietologist, nutritionist, I want you to speak, since we are talking a lot about body positive and body conscious, genuine or real health. What is going on? David was very clever to have a line between diabetes and obesity. Perhaps we can figure out what the difference is and where the real problem with health. Colleagues, thanks for inviting me. The only question is if you can see my slides. We are going to see them. Our technical staff will help you. But anyway, you can start. So we're talking that nutritional tastes and likes and physiological features, it all boils down to family traditions, but WHO thinks that it is a disease, obesity, but it is a heterogeneous, multi-factor group of diseases, hereditary and acquired diseases connected with the accumulation of fat tissue. Luckily, 98% with excess weight do not have disorders on endocrinal levels, so they are connected with eating habits and likes. Well, the component of this excess weight, not only mode of life and hereditary features and also psychological aspects, length of sleep and socioeconomic factors. Prior to that, we had patients with overweight and thought that it was elementary problem and we cannot help our patients. But our major task, and I want to pay attention to prevention measures in terms of prevention of obesity with the younger generation. If we take, for instance, the statistics when both parents have overweight, then the probability that a child develops obesity is about 65%, but looking at the reasons of obesity from childhood, we have genetic 74 syndromal forms of obesity and about 14 monogenous forms. Don't forget that we have other diseases. When a patient receives pharmacological therapy and it results in obesity also, different drugs, psychological and antidepressant, anti-epilepsy drugs. Very often we face disorders with the pancreas, and it's also connected with stresses and hormonal and endocrinal disorders, and the task of endocrinologists to exclude these causes, and by explaining psychological and other components make sure that patient will reduce weight. Also, we have hypothalamus swelling of the conditions after different heart diseases and traumas. Environmental factors are also reasons. What is the probability of developing obesity with the adult population if there was no overweight in childhood? Well, if we are talking about adult patients, we are tolerant quite. We may come to terms and agree, but the reason of bullying in child age is 40% overweight, and 0.8% are bullied because of religious or ethnical reasons. For children, it's very important to have a very good appearance. So it is also, well, aggravated by psychological and emotional state. A child from mother with excess weight by the first year of life has 1 kilo of extra weight compared with the peers. Pregnant women that is striving to be pregnant was trained to have correct behavior and rational nutrition, had less probability of developing excess weight. Well, so forecast of child obesity in adult life. If a child has overweight, then the probability of overweight of first degree is 84%, and obesity is second degree 60%, third degree 66%, 34%. So if there was no prevention, then the probability is very high. It's very important to have awareness campaign and speaking about the use of cultural nutrition, and not only a teacher or doctor, but parents should also help. And we might have schools of correct nutrition and also schools for rational nutrition and active mode of life for future mothers, because often patients address when the problem is already evident, and as at least preventive measures for younger generation teenagers to at least minimize the percentage of those patients that will have this problem in the future. Right. Thank you, Sophia. You know, I was struck by the following in your speech. Perhaps it's an important factor, but the length of sleep time is a factor, yes? So, well, so once again we are talking about health aspect for people with overweight, and I want to invite Sarah to our discussion, and I want to a little speak about her background and what she is doing now. The list is very long, but I would explain why we have Sarah right after Sophia, because according to studies, patients with overweight get less attention from doctors than regular, well, people, normal people with typical body. Sarah is a representative of consultation group of King's College and a member of the group for patients of Novo Nordics and Strategic Council of Obesity Problems. Sarah, we would like to hear your point of view and what happens in the area of stigmatization of this problem, and you as a representative of patient cohort, what do you see here?
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, it's a really interesting one, because I think with obesity, it's something that the minute you walk into a room, somebody judges you, because they're looking at your body shape and they're making these judgments about your character, who you are, and what you kind of represent. Feel as someone living with obesity that I have to kind of go through every day. So, I feel a huge amount of blame. So a lot of society, especially in the UK, has this culture of kind of, this is somebody's fault and it's personal responsibility and you need to be doing something about this yourself. People seem to think it's a choice to live with obesity. And I think we know now with the science that it's absolutely not a choice, and that we've already talked about it today. There's lots of different factors as to why someone lives with obesity. So to actually then put the blame onto the individual and tell them to do something and just to eat less and move more is kind of hugely disparaging and not a positive step, because that individual takes that on board and feels like a failure. And actually what we know with the evidence that's out there around weight stigma is that actually weight stigma has a hugely negative effect on someone's health, not a positive one. So shaming someone doesn't actually get positive outcomes. Because I think living with obesity, you feel judged. You feel like people are looking at you thinking that you've done something wrong, and it's a real negative kind of aspect that they're looking at. You feel alone as well, because you feel like people aren't there to support you. I know personally from like going to see my local doctor and asking for help and support, there was very little they could offer me. So you do feel alone. You feel like, well, what else can I do and where can I turn? There's a level of your psychological health getting, affected by this. And I definitely have had low levels of depression because I felt kind of out of control, not knowing where to turn, not knowing what to do to kind of help myself get into a healthier state. So that's hugely impactful on someone's psychological health. And I feel very restricted. So as someone living with obesity, I have to think about so many different things constantly. So I have to think about, will that chair hold me when I sit on it? Will the arms of the chair dig into me and make it uncomfortable to sit on? When I go on an aeroplane, do I have to ask for a seatbelt extension? Just lots of things that an everyday person that doesn't have to struggle with their weight really don't have to think about. And I don't think people understand the kind of mindset of this going on constantly in someone's head. And you kind of feel alienated as well. People look at you and think, gosh, you obviously don't look after yourself, or you're uneducated, or you're greedy, just because of the way you look. And I think that's a real hard thing to kind of take on board, is that, I walk into a room and everyone can see kind of my vulnerability. Everyone can see that I live with obesity. And I then have to kind of tackle those those judgments that are made against me before anyone can kind of listen to me or see Sarah. They see someone living with obesity. They don't see Sarah, the person. And one of the things I'm really passionate about, and kind of the work that I do in the UK, is trying to get people to actually look at people living with obesity and just see them as people, and actually see them as people that deserve to be treated the same as anybody else. They should have access to treatment for services. They should have equal access to support. They should, they just shouldn't be treated differently to other people because of the way that they look. And that's just something I'm really passionate about. So that's just a flavour really of kind of the stigma that we face on a daily basis. And it's some of the things that you probably wouldn't have even thought about. But I just wanted to give you an insight into that, and I hope that's been helpful. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was very interesting. I was really touched by what you said. I'm very grateful for your sincerity, very frank conversation. Well, and I would ask next question to Sofia, and after Sofia, I would go back to our speakers. Sofia, well, I think it's an important story. Could you provide your feedback and comments? A story when it's not a story of stigmatization, but he is almost excluded from community life and cannot expect medical aid. How do you see similar problems in our country? Well, relations between a patient and doctor are not always nice. It is interpersonal level, and it is not always successful. I would like to tell Sarah, if you have not met your doctor yet, it does not mean there are no such doctors. Such doctors do exist. It's very likely you have not met this doctor yet. And he is supposed to support you, and it's not always about pharmacotherapy. Very often just words that make cure well. And many patients with excess weight heard that they should eat less and move more. They heard it thousands of times. They are sick and tired of listening such advice because we keep hearing the answer that I've tried a lot of times. Well, you should have friends with your patient. if you have this union, equality, it's very good. But when a doctor feels superior, your dialogue won't be equal, or you won't have any dialogue. Well, yes, obesity is a disease. It's not a way of life. At the moment, it's a disease that can be cured by medicines, sometimes surgically, and this decision is made together with the patient. We have a dialogue with patient, and actually patients with overweight have more % of time for a dialogue with a doctor, because just prescribing a new medicine, it does not take a lot of time. But if you want compliance and if you want your patient to see your involvement, you should understand him and talk to him. Thank you for your contribution and thank you for sharing your case. And Natalia Fomichova, it's a Russian Society of Psychosomatics, and we are talking about psychological component of obesity and psychological issues for obese people. And I think normal, typical, well, there are psychological problems when they encounter people who don't look the same way, not as they are. Well, in terms of our mental and spiritual perception, when we meet different people obese, how we can overcome this. Hello, glad to greet everyone. Sofia, let me bow to you. We are looking for such doctors to our patients, doctors like you, because I've been involved in this problem for 15 years. With nutritional problems and obesity, it's difficult to pick up the right doctor for patients. It's not a simple story when you can say that this guy cannot stop. No, it's not the case. I want to say that we psychologists are working not with overweight as it is, but we are talking and we are working with disorders of nutritional behavior, and sometimes people with wrong nutritional behavior may have normal biomass index and excessive index. You have to understand there are psychological aspects that outside the realm of possibilities of this person, and he cannot cope with it alone. And in terms of psychological features, this behavior, he may or she may notice the body signals. He perceives them and rightly interprets them. These are feelings about hunger. Yes, I notice it. Then I eat, and then another signal, I am full and I can stop eating. And another important component of a healthy behavior, well, when you do not worry about the number of calories of this or that dish, and you are not anxious how you are going to look after eating this or that food, because he has normal body and appearance. And looking at overeating, we have two different syndromes. When people sometimes have periods eating a lot of food, and impulsive overeating when a person eats all the time. And the reasons of causes of overeating genetic and also psychological. Its emotional regulation is not right. You can't cope with your emotions. And one of the tools is food, eating, disturbed pattern, when wrong models of behavior in a family, when parents make a child eat something up, and also negative examples of adults when the child looks at his parents eating a lot, and those with body weight index higher than 35, they have episodes of sexual abuse in childhood and teenage period. Well, they often develop this after some incidents and problems in childhood. Well, people have evolutional inclination to overeating because in very old times our ancestors ate a lot because they did not have a chance to have food every day. And now we have an opportunity to watch the processes of our organism and body, and we can make decisions and we can perceive the signs and signals of our organism, and we can differentiate between our physical and emotional needs. Sometimes we eat when we are in low spirits, when we are insulted or shocked. And this is the right time to ask yourself what I really need and how I can help myself by something, but not by eating. We have a lot of information background, and a lot of people forget about contact with the body. This is what psychologists teach clients, and when you want to lose weight, strict diets do not help, because very often you're not able to follow diets, and people gain more weight at certain times. And I can certainly say that when someone says you're a stout, it does not work. It's a stress, and as a response you become more hungry. There are biochemical links, and even physical exercise of course don't help. After training in a gym, cortisol, and you eat more when you come home after gym, and so normalization of mode of life will help, with a specialist around who will help with normal self-regulation to cope with the stress, and to make borderlines in your family, well, to accept yourself as the way you are, to take care of yourself, to be kind, not to have a position of hating yourself. Well, come on, get up and do something. You're a piece of fat meat. Well, it's not the approach. It may worsen the problem. So very careful attention to psychological emotions. That will help cope. Thank you for your speech. This brings me to David. As an anthropologist, well, very often when we come across any problem, we tend to say now the government and the private persons have to spend lots of money, and this is what I started in the beginning. But I want to ask another question. As I heard Natalia, and I made some notes, what works and how it looks like, and now I think we can see new sector of economy is being born. that may involve a lot of people, like psychotherapies. Their support and services are becoming more in demand, endocrinology and urbanistic and design. If it is connected with the way of life, particularly little children, it's a design of new playgrounds for leisure activity of children. Do you see the birth of new sector of economy and more interest to this sphere of life?
Yes, absolutely. I think that there's a tremendous need for this because those people who are dealing with or suffering from compounding risk factors, it may only mean that one of those needs to be changed in order for them to be able to actually become their own health advocates and do the things that they want to do. I think what we find in the context of urban living is that there's so many risk factors that compound one another, often to make this difficult. So, for example, in Cities Changing Diabetes, our colleagues in Mexico have lobbied successfully for a soda tax, for traffic light signaling on foods, and indeed for 2 years in a row, the sales of soda drinks in Mexico fell for the second year running. And what's more important than that, than the fall of soda sales, is the rise in the use of water. It increased at the very same time. Our colleagues in Italy are working on health and all policy programs where we're trying to find what are the health impacts of transportation and toxic environments and so forth. And indeed, our colleagues in Moscow right now are looking at how to deal with stigma by using digital technology, where people actually can communicate meaningfully with others without having to be the person that Sarah described, the person who walks into the office or into the room and won't go to the gym because they feel stigmatized. So there are programs, and there are definitely new sectors opening up here where there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of success to be made for people who are interested in addressing these problems, but they have to think about them differently. And that's why in Cities Changing Diabetes, we're now working in 36 cities across the globe and growing, because we're really interested in trying to figure out how people dealing with BMI issues can be healthy and feel healthy and hopeful about their futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to, well, Olga, I'm sorry, we need you very much, but we have about 4 or 5 minutes. Please concentrate on one of the most urgent issues. It's labeling on products. That's what we keep saying. Let me share my experience. 2 days ago, I bought a bottle of soft drink, sugar-free, with fructose and glucose. Well, come on. It's not honest when you write on a label sugar-free. Well, talking about this, well, reducing not only risks by person, what does the society or food processing industry, what can they offer to be involved in the process of changing this problem? Certainly, it's one of the slides in my presentation, but let's not divert. Well, in many countries, labels on products are much better because they outline a lot of components, fat saturation, and these labels are according to standards with the protein, soya. It's very important for a person with good nutrition behavior, and such labels are very important. So I think it is time for us to have similar standards like those in Western Europe and in America. As for public measures, let me say that not only education of adults and children is important, but also nutrition in kindergartens and schools. In some countries, added sugar is forbidden for consumption during breakfast and lunches. Well, at our schools it's important because it all boils down to money problem, because a child starts to does not forget his nutrition habits when he comes from home to a kindergarten or school. And of course we should not forget about what food is sold at our school canteens, because we have buns and some other baked items, and we should add more vegetables and fruit in our buffets, and we have whole grain bread instead of other bakery items, and of course teach children from the very early age about very correct nutrition. Well, I am ashamed that I have already seen some of your slides, unlike our colleagues participating and our audience. Well, am I right that if you exceed by 100 and 200 calories, that will be extra 4-5 kilos per year? Yeah, that's right. If you overeat only, if you drink extra cappuccino with sugar and fat milk or cream, then in a year's time you can get extra 2 or extra 4 kilograms. As for nutritiology, I want to point out another thing. Some of my clients, 50-50, some of them are already thin but have problems, and others are not. Sometimes I managed to lose weight by myself, but I have many health issues. And what am I to do? How to preserve my health and not to gain weight? This is the problem. How to lose your weight. It's not a matter of several weeks not to lose weight by New Year's party. Well, but right now it's possible. If we start now, if we want to lose weight by New Year's time. Yes, fast diet is always a great risk, and 1 week when you have started your diet is about not more than 100 grams, within a week. Well, we lose fat tissue, we lose water, but fat tissue goes away very slowly. You are hand in hand and in friendship with doctors, endocrinologists. I want to thank you for the speed and involvement, and I want to thank, Sarah is not with us, no. And with us we had the endocrinologist Sofia, Sarah Lebrock, director of the Council Helping Overcome Obesity Problems, David Napier, professor of medical anthropology, University College of London, and Pustelkova, nutritionist, and Natalia Fomichova, Head of Research Center for Applied Research, Russian Society of Psychosomatics, and Ksenia Chudinova, journalist. We'll meet in 10 minutes. See you.
Время 15.
It's 3 p.m. 35 minutes. We are back with Moscow Urban Forum 2021. My name is Ksenia Chilina. Happy to welcome you at this session, which is directly related to my health as well. We are going to talk about the sound pollution and light pollution in our cities. We are all talking about conscious consumption, conscious life, conscious understanding and awareness where we are, and being respectful to the environment where we are. But how we are going to shape that environment and do that, it depends on us, and also there are air pollutions, and also we may say that banner light signs certainly illuminate the sky, and the noise pollution has caused hearing loss in 24% of adults in the United States, and also because of acoustic pollution, so people have problems. We have Enrico Gallo, the Environmental Department of Turin, co-chair Noise Working Group, executive director of the Institute of Instrument Medicine, Pierre-Yves Pani, head of design Signify, Eulalia Paris, environmental noise expert, the European Environmental Agency, hello, and Ruskin Hartley, executive director of the International Dark Sky Association. Sounds nice, the name. Well, the first question is to Alexei Danilov, because it seems like without health questions we cannot move forward talking about what is exactly happening with the sound and light pollutions and how the quality of life of people is changing. And we see the stories from the US, and it is also interesting how they are storing noise and light pollution in other countries, and ENT doctors say that the number of people with problems with hearing loss and issues is growing, especially after 30 years of age. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this urban forum. Yes, this is a relevant, important topic indeed, and we need to raise this question and discuss. I'm going to prepare my presentation. Can you see the presentation? Not yet, but in a couple of seconds we are going to see it. Wonderfully, we may see it. That would be absolutely wonderful if you could just share the screen and also in slideshow, yeah?
Должно быть? Да?
Секунду.
Just give me 1 second.
Не хочет.
Не появилось?
Нет, давайте пойдем так, как есть.
Let us leave it as it is. Okay, dear colleagues, we are talking about health, but this is a comprehensive indicator. Unfortunately, we just focus on only one aspect without seeing the problems which are around. So the darkness was friend only to young people before, but in terms of safety that was an issue. And lightning of the cities 100 years ago and until now is believed to be one of the important issues in the cities and for the city authorities. But is it good to have good lighting in the city or not? And here the least problem is that we cannot see the Milky Way, but this romantic problem is on the only on the top of this iceberg. The bright lights, they stimulate night activities in people, but that's not good. And the main problem is the deviation and impairment of circadian rhythms because of social jet lag, and we are all familiar with it. Uneasy feeling when we fly from Moscow to Beijing or New York or to Vladivostok, and our brain, our intestine, heart and lungs and skins, they feel uneasy, and we continue physical activity instead of going to sleep after the sun disappears, and it causes impairment in different systems of the body. When after 10 p.m. we go ice skating, we increase the risks of cancer diseases, and there is direct correlation between breast cancer and light pollution. And you may see the incidence map in BC breast cancer and the light pollution, and there are metabolic changes also in men. Because of light pollution, it may cause also prostate cancer, and chrononutritive processes are also impaired, and the circadian impairments and deviation makes the person to eat more than he needs for his activity. He eats at night, and it causes also obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and other things. And we heard from other halls very proud presentation about the marathon, night marathon, and the representative of these communities, they were saying that they are running at night outside in the parks or somewhere. That's about healthy lifestyle. But if you look at general, running at night and your activity on the next morning causes a set of neurological impairments of memory, aggression, anxiety, depression, and it may gradually lead to Parkinson and Alzheimer's diseases. But these jet lag, light jet lag programs in the uterus unhealthiness in our children, future children. If mom goes to sleep at 1 o'clock and she's using the smartphone, or when she's sleeping, she may see the brainer. She's programming the unborn baby to have, in 30 years of age, arterial hypertension and psychological mental disorders. So light pollution causes several diseases, and they are summarized in this article, which demonstrates that that's not just a discomfort or uneasiness that you feel. This is very serious indeed. And today we are also facing COVID, circadian rhythm deviations. They also increase susceptibility to infectious diseases. And my colleague in the chat was thanking the doctors who helped him to cope with COVID when he was in the hospital. The only thing, each morning at 6 a.m. they would wake me up to measure my temperature. So sleep disorder is unpleasant, which also leads to increased susceptibility to diseases. And lighting in the parks, that's an important topic because we also impair communication in the world of plants and insects and animals, and they become sick, and also reproductive cycles are impaired, which causes a cascade of uneasy responses. And another problem which is underestimated today, this is acoustic stress. 125 million Europeans, they have a level of noise higher than 55 decibels, both at night, in the evening, and during the day. The noise that we believe is acceptable, like transport or repairs works, it also today includes the small type of noise coming from small equipment, which makes the city more beautiful. But here we need to make the calculation whether we need this beauty or not, if it causes a range of diseases. And we also spoke about hearing disorder, which is the most important consequence, but this is the listening which may happen often this is an attempt by our body to protect our brain from damage, because hearing impairment is easy to mend. We have prostheses, but the brain is suffering very much. Different noises that fill our urban environment cause brain damage, because they activate the neurons which are not used to be activated so much, and also there is a deviation at the level of endothelium, and there is a cascade which is launched, which causes neurological, endocrine, and cardiovascular diseases. You may see it here in the photo, how the noise pollution causes cardiometabolic diseases. And if another factors such as air pollution join in, social distress, and then we have a whole range of diseases to develop. What I would like to emphasize, talking about health, we should not just focus on the many new hospitals to be built. We need to make the environment where we live less traumatic, because any stressor such as acoustic, light stressor, air pollution, and with certain vulnerability causes deviation in adaptive systems, and dependence on the genetic disposition may cause some neurodegenerative, cardiovascular, or other impairments in the worst case. In Western Europe, at least 1 million years of healthy life are lost because of the noise of the environment which surrounds us. Children suffer. They suffer from cognitive and behavioral deviations and disorders, and also the immune function is also suppressed. So why in the pandemic we are not well protected? Because we are not responding because of our sick environment. If we win against coronavirus with the help of vaccination, these risk factors will still remain, and we will become vulnerable to COVID-21 or any other threats. And noise causes genetic and molecular damage. In the first place, it damages the main brain structures. We have hippocampus in the brain, which is responsible for lifespan, and there is direct correlation between cognitive impairment and mortality. The neurons of hippocampus are damaged, which may cause premature death as a result. And we say that the noise has a negative impact on the citizens, but it can also have influence on the animals which surround us. In this way, if you would like to somehow influence the situation with the coronavirus or with any other factors, that is important for us to have in mind that we have medical care, vaccines, interventions, and other types of medical care. In the first place, it's important to show people how they should behave. They should behave differently, and we need to create the environment where people can cope with the stressors they are facing. In this case, they will become more resilient and resistant. In order to get to acoustic comfort, we need to start from the places where the health starts. These are hospitals. Unfortunately, in ICUs and in emergency departments, the acoustic environment is the worst. It's the least favorable, and if we change that, we can increase the chances for survival and the positive dynamics of treatment. Also, there are some projects where they offer not to allow noisy cars in downtown areas, and also the noise limits are suggested to be punished, penalized, and the Moscow government may be proud after having taken certain measures to decrease the level of noise in the metro. So there are special types of equipment which are used to capture the noise, and the new trains are used. They have the noise elimination mechanism, and also these are good examples, but still these are single examples. And lighting comfort, how we can achieve that? Designers and architects, they created special systems of daylight in the X-ray room, and when it's impossible to get the sunlight, we have the dynamic lighting technology, and rehabilitation and outcomes of treatment are improved if we have a white cold light in the day and also at night. We have the special light which improves the quality of endocrine system work, and the ESCO light, ESCO Svet, a Russian company, developed a system of lighting which provides for a disinfection of the ear, at the same time provides for dynamic lighting, which is changing throughout the time of the day. The problem is not that people do not know about that. We need to change the demand, and the companies that could do something good, they should receive some support so that they can compete against the situations which make people sick. Because nightlife is a huge business for the restaurants, casinos, night cinemas, and other types of activities. Even the gyms, they offer sports at night, and we won't be able to address those problems if we not support economically, if we do not fund the projects which help to make our environment healthier. What was done in a small town? Yes, I'm just finishing. In this town, in winter, they just had a shortage of light because they were just deep in the valley, and they built a solar system which would reflect the light so that the people, the citizens, may have the sunlight, and they would take less downtime, and also they were happy, and they were thanking their mayor for making them happier. If you would like to change something, on top of these small steps and initiatives, at the global scale in general, the politicians should understand that it requires their special attention. And now in Europe, in March, there was a project launched, Enlighten Me, and its goal is to analyze the lighting factors inside and outside and approve the biodynamic lighting system to develop policies for lighting of cities and towns in 4 years. This project will be finished. Simona Tandelli, she's this project manager, and she invites Moscow as well. The bigger the data we have, the bigger the better it will be for our health. Talking about health, it's not just enough to introduce and implement technology, take some measures. At the same time, we need to assess a human health and the health of his environment to introduce monitoring systems. We have such systems in place. We can monitor personal health condition and that of the city together with the acoustic, light and noise pollution, and then the analysts will make the calculations and they will see what can be done. And to finish and conclude, I would like to say that such simple things as culture and art also may have very beneficial influence on the endocrine, neurological, immune restoration effect. And a short exposure to music, even at night, improves health. I wish you to be in a great mood. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like now to ask Mr. Hartley and Ruskin Hartley, so that's a great name, International Association of the Dark Sky. And we saw these photos when we do not just see the Milky Way, we don't see our universe, the stars. We don't see stars in big cities, but then we turn off the lights and then we find ourselves in a wonderful world. At the same time, we are talking about impact on the humans, and then we also should say that human being is not the only animal on the planet. We also have not only mammals, but insects and we have the plants as well. What happens to them? Are we eliminating them with our air and acoustic pollution? What's our impact on them? How we can be more careful with them?
Well, thank you. It's a hard act to follow, Alexei. You covered a great amount of the information that people should need to know about the issue of light pollution. So thank you. I learned a lot in the relationship with noise pollution.
Very brief.
Essentially, light pollution is destroying natural darkness. And many people don't think of darkness as an important resource, but it really is. As Alexei says, it's an important resource for human health. But natural darkness is also an important resource for essentially every single living thing on the planet. Light pollution has been linked to, here in the US, the deaths of billions of birds as they migrate across the hemisphere. Birds that are drawn into the light from our cities and they get disoriented, they maybe crash into a building. It's also been linked to the evolving decline of insects around the world, what some people have called the insect apocalypse. Now, clearly, the insect decline is also related to the loss of habitat and pesticides and things, but it's also been linked, again, to the impact of light pollution, and particularly light pollution coming from some of our major cities. And anyone who cares about where their food comes from should really care about insects and pollinators, and therefore should be concerned about what's happening with light pollution. Light pollution is also, in a sense, the embodiment of wasted energy. Light that is escaping, the place that it's needed is going out and illuminating the sky, and it's illuminating the world around us, and it's also using uncounted amount of energy, contributing directly to the heating of our planet. And living here in the western US, where it was 115 degrees in Portland a couple of days ago, it's really unprecedented. And as you described, Alexei, light pollution is also related to many, many diseases in humans. Today, we estimate that 83% of people around the world live under a light polluted sky. And those of us who live in Europe and North America, it's 99%. So in a sense, light pollution has become the norm for much of us in society. It's also growing rapidly around the world. We estimate it's growing globally at twice the rate of population growth. In some places, it's growing maybe at 10% per year. Now, the International Dark Sky Association was founded about 30 years ago in Tucson, Arizona. I would say it was really founded initially for, as you described, Alexei, the romantic problems of not being able to see the Milky Way. Or really, it was founded because the astronomers were concerned that were going to lose access to a dark sky, and those dark skies were enabling them to discover the wonders and the mysteries of the universe. And over the last 30 years, we really learned that it's much more than this romantic problem. It's this problem that touches all of us. Unlike other sources of pollution, be that air pollution or water pollution or the contamination of soils, or the classic example is the introduction of tons and tons of microplastics into the ocean. All of those are really difficult problems to solve. It's really hard to remove those microplastics from the ocean. Scientists really haven't figured out how to solve those issues. Unlike that, light pollution has a simple solution. Once you address the source of light pollution, that stressor has gone away immediately, and we have restored that part of the natural environment. Now, The International Dark Sky Association was founded on the belief that we do not have to choose between darkness and well-lit cities. We're called the International Dark Sky Association, not the International Dark Ground Association. So it's always founded on the belief that the responsible use of lighting can enable us to function as a society, to have activity of life at night and enjoy each other's company and all of the economic benefits that come from well-lit cities and communities. But we believe we can have that while reducing and minimizing our impact on the natural world around us. Essentially, we have identified 5 principles. We've referred them 5 principles for responsible lighting, developed jointly with the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, and really starting to get traction around the world now. And these essentially say that the first thing to do is determine whether that you need that light. Too often we find lights that are out there that have no useful purpose. So the simplest thing you can do for light pollution, actually to save energy and money, is to remove the lights that are not needed or don't install them in the first place. And then once you've decided to install a light, it's really about making sure that you're directing it in the right place, you're using it at the right time, and you are, more and more we're learning, using the right color temperatures. And Alexei talked about circadian lighting, and I think that's a really exciting frontier. It's coming to the inside world, and we hope that that those technologies will enable us to have a better lit cities for the outside world as we start to light it kind of more naturally with the rhythms of the seasons and rhythm of the day. Now we have a number of examples now where cities have started to deploy all these principles and had good outcomes. The city that IDA is headquartered in, Tucson, Arizona, in the United States, in the western part of the United States, is a city of 500,000 people in a metro area of 1 million. Now, it's not the size of Moscow, but it's more than a couple thousand people. It's a robust, thriving urban area. Now, common with many cities, they had legacy lighting many years ago. They had these high-pressure sodium lights, these warm amber lights. Now, one of the benefits of those is they have that warm, rich color at night, which is has less harmful impact on the environment because it has fewer short wavelength emissions. One of the disadvantages of that is it's relatively energy inefficient. So the city, along with many others, started to look at their use of energy and determine that they wanted to upgrade their lighting to energy efficient LED lights. What has happened over the last decade, as many cities have done that, is that actually, while we have saved a lot of energy, saved a lot of money, we have greatly exacerbated light pollution. Those bright white LED lights have higher short wavelength emissions. It's the short wavelength emissions that are more disruptive, generally to our human systems and to the systems of many wildlife. And they also greatly exacerbate sky glow, which removes our ability to see the Milky Way. Now, unfortunately, when the city of Tucson started to look at its streetlight retrofit, it determined from the start, in addition to saving energy, it wanted to ensure that it did not increase light pollution. So through the careful use of the number of luminaires that they changed out, through the careful use of the color temperature, through ensuring that all the lights were shielded, we're not pointing light into the sky, and by the careful use of smart controls that dimmed the lights after midnight when there are fewer people around, the city of Tucson was able to achieve their energy savings, their cost savings. They were saved $2.3 million a year. And they also reduced light pollution by 8%. So this was a hopeful example for us that we hope other cities and communities will follow. They were able to change out their lights. They were able to reduce light pollution. They saved the city fathers and mothers money, and they maintained a safe, comfortable environment for the residents here in southern Arizona and Tucson. So I want to close by saying, no, the future of the dark sky movement is really about working with cities and communities, working with lighting designers and others to determine how we can continue to have the economic activity we want at night, but do it in a way that minimizes our impact on the environment. IGA is fortunate we're a small nonprofit based here in the United States of America, but we're really powered by a network of volunteers on every continent around the world. We have volunteers who are active in 50 countries and counting. working with their cities and communities to raise awareness of the impact that light pollution is having on all of us, and critically educating people about the simple solutions. We are probably best known for our International Dark Sky Places program. This really recognizes best practices in both dark sky conservation and also in the responsible use of light in cities and communities. There are now about 180 dark sky places around the world, again on every continent, and growing rapidly. And anyone who's interested in finding out more about these or joining the growing dark sky movement around the world should go and check out darksky.org and find ways that you can get involved. Thank you. I might have you take questions at the end as well.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. It's a great speech. I do want to ask a short question. Moscow Urban Forum, it's not only about businesses and development of cities and how we should look, or at least want to look into the future. It's a place for citizens who want to find simple and clear practices. Can you formulate very briefly principles of ordinary people who have lighting of their country houses and kitchen gardens, because a certain percentage of people have, the residents of big cities have small country houses. What short advice can you give to those who want to have a lighting system very ecologically friendly in their country houses?
That's a great question. It's a question we get a lot, and we also believe that many of the solutions to light pollution control really happen at home, and there are very simple things people can do. Probably the simplest one is to make sure when you go to sleep at night and you no longer leave those lights on, turn them off. That's a pretty simple step. The next step would be if you want a security light or a light on that will welcome you home when you come back home to your country house, put it on a simple motion control. So it turns on when you need it, it turns off when it's not needed. If you're a resident in an urban area, one of the things you can do is draw your curtains at night, particularly if you live in a high-rise apartment. It's the light pollution actually coming from indoors that's going outdoors that is contributing to the sky glow for all those birds. So again, it really comes down to thinking about darkness as a precious resource, and also using light sparingly. Use it when and where you need it, and think about turning it off. One analogy we like to say is most people these days, when they're brushing their teeth, they don't turn on the tap and then leave it running 24 hours a day. Because they go and need to brush their teeth the next morning. They will turn that tap off when they walk away from the sink, so that they're saving water. And we need to start to think about light and darkness as a precious resource in the same way that we think about water and other resources. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. That's great and interesting. I want to pass over to Larry Paris. Alexei and other speakers referred to your organization, its European Environmental Agency, and what measures does your agency take to reduce noise pollution? Well, with light it's simpler. You can use curtains and something else, but how about noise? What can be done here?
Yeah, so thank you. The agency work on noise is focused on collecting all the information that countries have to report under the European Directive on Environmental Noise, specifically named Environmental Noise Directive. And this directive obliges countries in the EU to produce noise maps and also give information on the number of people exposed to environmental noise above certain noise thresholds. both inside and outside urban areas. Specifically in urban areas, the noise sources for which such information needs to be provided are roads, railways, airports, and industries inside urban areas. In addition, also cities have to draw action plans to reduce noise where they think it's necessary. So this information is provided by law every 5 years. And with this information, we evaluate the situation at the European level on noise pollution. And we've also produced a number of reports and assessments based on this data. So from the data we see that environmental noise, and in particular, road traffic noise, is a major environmental problem in Europe. We estimate that 20% of the EU population live in areas where noise levels are considered harmful to health, meaning that at least 20% of the population live in areas above the WHO recommendations. Specifically, the WHO recommends lowering road traffic noise below 53 decibels for the day, evening, night period in order to avoid adverse health effects. And this percentage is even higher if we look only at urban areas. So we see that road traffic noise in urban areas is not a problem of only one or few countries or few cities, but it is a widespread problem across all the agglomerations in Europe. For instance, half of the EU countries have 40% of their urban population exposed to levels above 55 dB for the day, evening, and night period, which, as mentioned before, it's a level already above the WHO recommendations. And from this data, we see that, the main problem at global level in cities is noise pollution coming from road traffic. Rail and air traffic noise are also important, but are much more localized effects and depend on whether urban areas in a country have trams, railways as a mean of public transport, or have big airports close to urbanized areas. We did some estimations to quantify the health impacts from environmental noise in Europe, and we estimate that there are at least 22 million highly annoyed due to environmental noise, 6.5 million highly sleep disturbed. We also estimate that there are 48,000 new cases of ischemic heart disease a year and 12,000 premature deaths due to noise. And in addition, we also estimate that there are more than 12,000 children that suffer cognitive impairment due to aircraft noise. So we can say that environmental noise affects millions of people in Europe and is causing significant public health impacts. And obviously, because there are so many more people exposed to road traffic noise, consequently, most of these health effects occur inside urban areas, with road traffic noise being by far the largest contributor. And about actions, we also, as I mentioned, we have information on the action plans that are submitted under this directive, which describe the planned actions to be taken in the next 5 years. So we see that cities are undertaking a variety of actions to reduce and manage noise, but it is currently difficult to evaluate the benefits of these measures in terms of positive health outcomes. Generally, the measures we see are more targeted at hotspots. These include barriers, low noise asphalts, traffic management in specific streets. But as unhealthy levels of road noise affect such a high percentage of the urban population, these measures are not enough. We need more prevention. There is a tendency to act when the problem is already there. So as for any other field, prevention is always better than mitigation. For example, not building a highway in a highly populated area, or conversely, not building houses near a highway or a big airport. It seems very obvious, but sometimes we face this problem. And this is challenging also in many big cities, because in many of these big cities, there are problems related to for instance, shortage of housing, which means that because there may not be land available, new housing may be placed in locations that are already affected by noise pollution. Also, another thing to mention here is that significant reduction of people exposed to harmful noise levels is more likely to be achieved by using not only one, but a combination of different measures, including technological improvements, ambitious environmental and transport policies, better urban and infrastructure planning, and also changes in people's behaviors, for instance, more urban planning and societal change oriented towards the switch to other modes of transport, such as walking or cycling, and making cities more walkable and less noisy. And finally, from the data we have, we identified some areas that need improving. So we can say that I think more work needs to be done on conserving quiet areas, also informing and involving communities, promoting interventions that improve health rather than only just reducing decibels. And also we need more improvements in city design and urban planning to reduce noise.
Thank you very much for your contribution to our panel. And there is one short question for us to be on time. The zones of Wi-Fi contribute to noise level. I did not understand. What does it mean, Wi-Fi zones contribute to noise level? How does Wi-Fi contribute to noise?
I think, this is an area that at the agency we don't touch upon. As I mentioned, we're focused on environmental noise that includes road, railway, air traffic, and industry, but meaning industry in the sense of industrial activities. So it's a bit of a different kind of noise of the one that I've been speaking about and for which I can give data on.
You don't have data on Wi-Fi, right?
No.
По Wi-Fi нет. Окей, видимо, что-то...
Well, apparently, something was broken as I was listening, and I was frightened when you mentioned Wi-Fi. That's why I wanted to clarify.
No, maybe it's something...
The wavelength.
Maybe I said WHO, the World Health Organization. Maybe that was translated differently.
Maybe it was... Okay, maybe it was...
Maybe it was our mistake. And I want to speak with Enrico Gallo, because we were talking about urban interventions on a struggle with acoustic pollution, and I want to generally talk, if possible, frighten us a bit. Tell us a horror story with horrible figures. How can we count and measure and save ourselves from the noise pollution level?
Thank you. I will try to share a few slides, but still one presentation shared, so I'm not enabled. I could ask, please, if it's possible to share a presentation. I'm representing also the Eurocity Association of European Cities, and as Eulalia remember us, we are building action plans, and action plans means planning action against noise based on the evidences of noise mapping. This is a classical approach in running and checking the result. And of course, as Eulalia suggests us, it's a complex challenge because the soundscape of the city is made of noise. If you close your eyes and imagine a vibrant city, well, you will see cars, you will see nightlife, and you will see construction sites, and so on. And so, okay, now I can try my presentation.
Как наша презентация?
Yeah, I think now it's okay with you. And so the balance is between this approach of living a vibrant city and having a look to the WHO thresholds in order to avoid health problems. And on my own experience, excessive noise is always a symptom of something else going wrong from the point of view of inefficiency or environmental externality. So could be over something threshold, the quality of urban life is decreasing due to noise. But also during the COVID crisis, we have seen a possible different approach to urban soundscape. We have seen an explosion of walking and cycling, and also micro electric vehicles spreading all over the cities. And this is an alternative to road traffic and could help reducing noise levels. But also we have seen new values in the cities also to be taken in the urban planning, like the accessibility of urban green and quiet areas. This is a key point for new development of big cities, and also when planning the renovation of all those districts. And also another point that we have seen as an increased value during the crisis is the value of quietness and comfort for indoor and outdoor in residential areas. As the Eurocities Association, we launch this reinventing cities, such as trying to go over the traditional approach to noise and giving the right sense to planning and using the green areas, and also to the quality of soundscape in the cities. The first step is looking forward the next 10 years. Of course, we are aware as cities of this big burden of disease due to the noise, and now we have new targets of reducing by 30% the share of people chronically disturbed by transport noise. And to answer your question, which is the strategy? Well, we have to mix the sustainable urban mobility plans. This is a key point. We have to add noise assessment of urban master plans. That means working on prevention and taking into account the noise level when designing new areas. And this is a very key message also for urban developers and urban planners, because noise will affect the quality of life of people. And also, as public administration and state administration, we have some possibility using the green public procurement in order to improve the quality, the quietness of roads and tires, and also giving messages to industry in order to prepare new materials and new products, less noises. And all these activities could be seen as the zero pollution ambition umbrella of the EU for the next years. So we have the past, measuring and mapping. We have seen the benefit effects due to noise of a new lifestyle in improving quietness in the cities. And we have this long-term vision in which we have sustainability and a better urban soundscape.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask you a small question. So how long the studies were ongoing for the sound pollution, just in general? How many years? Do we have a lot of data, and how many years we've been collecting this data? For how many years, and do we have a lot of data?
Yes, the first monitoring campaigns in different cities are from the 90s of the last centuries. And after the EU initiative, all the cities are now mapping and collecting data. I think collecting data is a key point in order to raise awareness and to change the way you plan the city and the city rhythm, the city transportation, the city planning. So we have a lot of, now you can collect a lot of data with IoT sensors, low cost, and building big information based on big data. But the key point is using this data in order to build with transparency and awareness on different levels, on citizens and launch communication, on politicians in order to make sure that the noise is taken into account in policies, and also to economical actors and stakeholders in order to push to adopt more silent solutions where available.
Thank you very much. To be honest, I see a great challenge here, not only for people who deal with the air and sound pollution, or with light and sound pollution, but for industries of economy, because just moving from airport areas just to a quieter place, that's always a loss of family. Usually, if you live in an airport zone, so you cannot just sell this housing, these apartments, and the governments, they are not really helping people in these situations, and they just assume they should deal with that by themselves. Coming back to 30 years of studies and what's happening with us, we discuss the consequences related to noise and light, and I would like to give floor to Pierre Pani. So, what are the good things that we could mention? I'm very proud to say that Moscow gets beautiful international prizes and awards for the lighting, for the nice lights in the city. Well, of course, that's great to talk about that. Maybe that should be more careful, more friendly or environmentally friendly. So tell us about your company and how you are represented, and how do you understand this current situation? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me, by the way. Thanks, Eulalia, Ruskin, Alexei, and Enrico. Great insights, of course. And I don't represent a not-for-profit organization or an international organization. I represent a company, Signify. I will share a few slides as well. So, Enrico, thanks for not sharing anymore. So it's going to be a little bit faster for me to share. So give me one quick second just to make sure that I can share. I want to make sure I've got in. So I think you should be able to see my screen. I talked about great insights. I mean, Ruskin, you were talking about, energy savings versus quality of light. And, of course, we don't live in a perfect world, and one could always argue, can we get both? But we would like to believe that you should be able to get both. There's a lot of comments made to, of course, circadian rhythm, making sure that whenever we interact with light, we interact with light in a beneficial way. Light for health, of course, light for security, light for efficiency sometimes, light for productivity possibly, light for comfort, light for delight. And by design, we are trying to do this. So I'm a designer by training, and I run a design team within the company called Signify. So the effect of light on people and on the world is something that has been, for Signify, really close to us. Signify used to be called Philips Lighting up until not such a long time ago. And of course, within Philips Lighting and within Philips, within Interact, within Hue, within Wiz, within some of the brands that you can see on the right, we deliver solutions that are typically interconnected, that look at indeed, delivering the right light at the right moment. But I'm a designer, and so when we're looking at some of the questions, and there is that expression in the West that we've been using for a while, wicked problems. Problems that are so complex that they are virtually impossible to grasp, and we don't know just how to go out over and handle them. I like to say this when people ask me what a designer does. Don't ask a designer to design you a bridge, but rather to find the best way to cross the river. What does that mean? It means that we are first looking at, we haven't figured out the problem. I mean, we need to figure out what the problem is before we actually go ahead and deliver a solution. And so within Signify, we try to do this, and we try to do this, with humility. A lot through co-creation. I will talk about that in a moment, which means interacting with stakeholders. And one solution doesn't fit all. We know this. Of course, there are guidelines, there are targets, there are ambitions. I'll just give you one, for instance. Per our estimations, a transition to LED, without any controls, in the street lighting could reduce the electricity consumption of Moscow, by a lot. We consider probably close to 44%, 98,370,000 kilowatt hour per year. And the reduction in CO2 of this, would be huge as well. Now, having said this, you could, we've sized it up, and we believe that it will be the equivalent of a reduction of carbon monoxide, of about 1.1 million tree seedling that could be absorbed, or 550 hectares of forest. Of course, there's a huge monetary benefit to this, but again, let's figure out by design whether we do this and how we do this and how we do this intelligently. So what we do is that we work on everything from Philips Hue, for those of you who have potentially used connected consumer home lighting, that allows you to actually design your lights in your home per room, depending on the activity of your day, to help you fall asleep, for instance, to wake up with the right amount of light. We also know, Alexei, for instance, that there is in our indoor activities, and you were pointing it out with that city that built a mirror to actually bring more light. There's also light deficiency, for instance, and we are also looking at how we can recreate the right amount of light and the right quality of light indoors. So from Hue to everything that's 3D printed luminaires to any domestic or professional light solutions, and of course all of their controls. The controls that that control huge cities, look again at all the aspects of what it is that you want to do within a city. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, the city of Eindhoven, where Philips and Signify is based, there's an experiment that was run with the city in an area which is mainly a pedestrian area close to the the football stadium. There was often, a lot of, noise, a lot of, not necessarily riots, but it was rough. There was crime. There was all sorts of things that were happening after the match. We tried, and we looked at whether it would make sense to actually, equip our lighting system with sensors that would detect movement, that would detect, unusual activities, that would, potentially dim or, brighten up the light to actually try to control the crowds better. It sounds maybe a little bit, far-fetched, but that's the sort of stuff that we are trying to do. We do believe that all of this can only be done if our scientific insights are translated into meaningful use and human experiences. Because at the end of the day, Alexei, you showed us quite a few, pictures of extremely well-lit cities. This is Leo Villarreal's, work for the City of London and for the bridges in London. And of course, it is lighting, and one could argue that it probably is, potentially light pollution as well. But again, it needs to be, handled properly well. This is an experiment. Yeah, we're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for that. Maybe we have just 1 minute.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll just run through these slides. So, what I said is, it's all about human behaviors, and it's all about, making sure that we develop the right solutions, in all of our contexts. The other thing that I just wanted to tell you is that maybe, going back to some of the comments that were made earlier by previous presenters, we do believe that, comfort urban environment is healthy environment with clean air, of course. And we do believe also in decarbonization. And, in this, we want and we are trying to interact with cities to make sure that in short term they take the decisions to switch to green light solutions in city infrastructure, like, of course, highly efficient, LED lighting solutions. Again, you go from one country to another one, go to the Netherlands, you'll see that, the streets are not as lit up as they might be in, for example, Spain. And how do we do this? We believe it needs to be done in all the segments: street, roads, municipal buildings, parks, architecture, and switch to green solution and stimulation of green building can, we believe, help cities like Moscow and other cities in the world to reach those decarbonization targets as well. And with that, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Спасибо, что так быстро.
Thank you. Just for making a presentation so short, dear friends, I would like once again to say to Pierre, thank you so much for your images, for your photos. And we need that when we are talking about noise pollution and light pollution. We need to understand what is good and what is bad, and also how we calculate and measure that. Thank you so much for that. That's a pity we don't have enough time to discuss your presentation as well and those great photos. I would like to heartily thank all of the participants. We had Pierre-Yves Pani, the design director of Signify, and we had Enrico Gallo, coordinator of the Department of Environment of the city of Turin, Eulalia Paris, so this is the expert of noise pollution of the European Environmental Agency, and Ruskin Hutley, executive director, International Association Dark Sky. Sorry, I just did not say that we have from not 8 billion of population, but from 12 to 14 billion. Alexei Danilov, the director of Institute for International Medicine. My name is Ksenia Danilova. So we discussed how hard it is to live in a city with a lot of noise and light. This is Moscow Urban Forum 2021. Goodbye.
Добрый день, дорогие зрители. Я рада приветствовать вас на нашей сессии «Наука о вирусах. Диалог вирусолога и эпидемиолога». И имею честь представить вам сегодня.
I'm happy to start our session, Science of Viruses, Dialogue between Virologists and Epidemiologists. I'm happy to introduce our speakers. These are the top stars. So, Eugene Koonin, Distinguished Investigator, National Center for Bacteriological Information, National Library of Medicine, National Institute of Health of the U.S., and Boris Revich, Chief of Laboratory of Forecasting the Quality of the Environment and Human Health, the Institute of Economic Forecasting, Russian Academy of Sciences. And now our wonderful speakers will have 7 minutes each to make the introduction about this problem that we are going to discuss over the next hour. And probably we are going to start with Eugene Koonin. Evgeny, you are one of the well-known experts. Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I cannot share the screen. Somebody has to enable that. I cannot show my slides, and still cannot do that. I just started talking without the slides. So what I would like to share with you today, well, now I may show you my slides, and that's great. Thank you. I'm so sorry for the slides being in English, but that's live, actually. Well, what I would like to cover today, just 7 minutes is not enough, but actually I'll try to make it short. I would like to briefly explain the world of viruses, that viruses are not just the agents which cause different diseases, infectious agents, such dramatic events as the current pandemic. Viruses, this is the whole world of intracellular parasites which accompany the whole of our life. And I have Einstein words here. The fact that the world is comprehensible is a miracle. Yes, why the world should be comprehensible, and we may study that. And I have an impression that we may understand lots of properties of this huge world of the viruses. And in the end, I will speak a little bit about the evolution of coronavirus. Now, I would like to explain and say that the viruses, in fact, are the most widely spread biological objects in the world. All of the living beings, they can have cells, and they can all be infected with viruses, and 10 times more in our planet. We have viral particles compared to cells. Viruses are the most abundant biological objects which exist on the planet. So what is a virus? So this is a small infectious agent which may replicate only inside living cells of organisms. They have genomes, what is the content, and viral particles. And another important fact is that the viruses, as the cell organisms, they have genomes. The RNA or DNA, which encode the viral proteins and define all of the properties of the viruses. All of the genomes which can duplicate, they are subject to evolution. So the viruses are also evolutionizing. The viruses are enormously diverse. The difference between simplest, smallest, and giant and complex viruses is far greater than the difference between us and the bacteria. And this is no exaggeration at all. So this is a biological fact. The viruses have particles and different shapes. In this slide, we may see the diverse sizes. We are used to seeing something like this, but these particles have fantastically diverse shapes and very beautiful ones to my mind. Also, the viruses have different genomes. very varied ones. So these are the encoding RNAs or DNAs. And a small viral genome may contain one gene, and some of them may be bigger than the genomes of some bacteria. And when you look at this virus, it looks like the bacteria, and it was confused for a while with the bacteria. This is the most well-known virus. And the viruses, what is so interesting, exciting about them, they use different ways of transmission of the genetic information. All of the cell organisms we transmit with the help of RNA and DNA. So this is the central dogma of molecular biology, and the viruses, they use all of the materials and types of acids to encode their information, nucleic acids, and many scientists think about that, and there is a reason for that. So this is the heritage of the earliest stages of life evolution. And another important thing I would like to emphasize now, viruses, in fact, all, practically without exception, all of the cell organisms, starting from bacteria, ended with the mammals and plants. You cannot get rid of the viruses, and they can be proved mathematically. Viruses are an integral part of our life. And I would like to say many more things, but I think I don't have time for that. I would like to mention this word, metagenomics. This is a new method which completely transformed our ability to study the viruses. Now we are not limited by difficult lab experiments for the sequence of the genomes. And we can do that with the help of any sample from the environment, and it evolutionizes our understanding of the viruses. I'm about to finish my introductory lecture, so the most important thing that I would like to say, viruses have an evolution, and we know how to deal with that. And also, usually, we see that evolutionary tree and of RNA-containing viruses, the viruses which have RNA, and they are extremely diverse. And we can clearly identify the sequence of their evolution, the order. And I would like to say this, and I would like to show and demonstrate that the pathogenic viruses which cause the disease, including this sad coronavirus thing, and also Ebola, flu, HCV, hepatitis C, and so on, they all originate from different branches of this evolutionary tree. And I mean the viruses which cause severe diseases. And what is interesting to mention here, that's a matter of fact that coronavirus is the peak of evolution of RNA-containing viruses. This is the most complicated RNA genome which exists in the world. And in fact, we are about to finish, and I have more things to mention about the viruses. I think I will do that next time. And a couple of words about evolution of SARS-CoV-2 during the pandemic. My colleagues and I and other colleagues, they did a lot of work to study the evolution of coronavirus during the pandemic, and we may demonstrate that. Maybe this is alarming news, but what can we do that? The virus is actively performing adaptive evolution. The virus is adapting and adjusting it. So there are lots of different genomes, and now it's over 300,000 genomes, so now it's more. And we also did an evolutionary tree, and what we demonstrated by that, each of the branches of this tree, which includes many variants, is characterized by unique combination of mutations. Many of these mutations are adaptive mutations. And we can demonstrate that. What else can we see? And which is a fact which is concerning and alarming, but that's true. There is a gradual, steady diversification of the virus. It can be split into new viruses. Actually, this is what we found before the active vaccination. That was happening. Why? the coronaviruses diversify constantly. Why they become so diverse? Because they can afford that, they can do that. This is the nature of evolution, and they can do that because there are lots of people infected. It means that there is a lot of virus around us and huge viral population, like the biologists say. It means that there are lots of variants which emerge, including the dangerous ones that duplicate quicker, and it means that infect more people and they start to dominate in the population. So to fight against the pandemic, what is a matter of principle? To decrease the viral population by any means with the quarantine measures, lockdowns, masks, vaccines, and so on. By all means, we need to fight against the growth of viral population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess we are not going to finish and continue, but with questions and answers. Virus not only evolutionalize, but the major driver of evolution of all living. They are integrated to genome change behavior of different species and subspecies, and they create bottlenecks for selection of representatives of population by some only known to viruses signs. And what evolutional changes do you think of our evolutional type are possible, and what will change in the behavior and reaction? Perhaps we have prospects to build in fragments of this virus into our genome and make it part of it. Thank you. It's an interesting question, but I guess one must, let's start from the very beginning. Perhaps it's too much to say so. That's a major driver of evolution, but naturally it's exclusively important factor of evolution. It must be recognized that in the course of evolution of mammals, numerous hyenas that were our ancestors, well, for example, that has the fixation of the fast. And this point, another point, well, how is this pandemic going to affect the genetic structure of our species in terms of behavior reactions and so on and so forth? It's a difficult question, understudied, poorly studied. It's very likely there won't be any reaction. Well, if such vaccines or viruses or some virus material can embed into some genomes, it happens by accidents in somatic cells, and it does not pass on to other generation, and it has nothing serious, and we should not be anxious about it because there are other contexts of virus. In longer term, viruses, not only those that cause pandemics, well, of course, they and others, they affect the genetic structure, and this process is very long. And but in mid-term and short-term perspective, nothing can be expected. Well, and about 50% of genetic information in our genome has viral origin. Yeah, true, it's relevant, quite, if not more, but you have to understand what kind of virus is suppressing. When we're talking about 60% of sequences in our genome have viral origin, we have two things in mind. Certain classes of the so-called retroviruses that are distant relatives of AIDS virus and so on. The viruses of this class are 99.5%. The rest is something new. and these are certain viruses that can integrate into our genome. They are important for us because they contribute to regulation of our genes, and we won't live the way we live without them. So it should not be perceived as a global disaster. It's internal specificity of our evolution. Is there any antivirus function of retrovirus part of our genome? There is a nice hypothesis. Partly it helps us to prevent the intervention of new viruses into our organisms. Well, you know, it's a very, very interesting question, which was not studied well enough. It's a very attractive hypothesis, assumption, because there are similar examples in our nature. For example, the CRISPR system of bacteria, it includes fragments of viral genomes into its own genome, and then there is protection, much better protection. But we know nothing about similar thing in our genome. Well, there are viral particles, and RNA is transferred between our cells, which is more or less clear now. But as for protection, we know very little. Can we say that retroviruses and AIDS virus, we have the first stage, aggressive stage of symbiosis, and there are no examples of penetration into genome of the offspring of the seed, and we will have a new insert into our genome later. But the first stage, the most dangerous, is the period of meeting the first encounter with the virus, and the same with coronavirus. May it mean that today's mutations, changes, they will be in the direction that will enable us to harmoniously coexist with it, and it will be less pathogenic, but it will be more contagious. It will be very contagious, but not very dangerous. There is a problem. You first asked about AIDS, and it was right, because we are entering the stage of less dramatic communication interaction. But you have to understand that it is stipulated by the development of exclusively effective medicines, which for a number of reasons work well against this virus. And the virus is tortured and can hardly survive under the pressure of the new medicines. It's not quite natural situation. As for coronavirus and evolution towards lower danger, I think these hopes are futile. Well, mathematical simulation of the evolution of this epidemic with parameters available, the percentage of death rate, make us think, we even worked in our laboratory, that such hopes are not true, false, because the death rate because of coronavirus is a tragedy, but objectively, when the deaths are few and the virus does not kill the considerable portion of the population, unlike other viruses, yes. MERS, yeah, MERS to a certain degree, even SARS-1, SARS-1 is different, and MERS has a very high lethal rate to spread well. if it spread the world, it would evolutionize. We cannot expect a similar thing from the present-day virus, and after all, the experience and theoretical work also show that evolution towards higher, less aggressive behavior of the virus, and we really have selection. It will not result in lessening and reducing the virulence, because it multiplies very quickly. And Australian rabbits had a similar situation with virus. Well, the virus noxematosa, I don't remember all details, but it's an interesting story. I suspect that the rabbits were killed by this virus so effectively that then there was a selection. All right, so let's go back from rabbits to human problems. It's incredibly interesting. Can you summarize in a nutshell about the area and the direction of your research at the moment? You mean coronavirus, or in general about viruses? Well, ideally, if you work with coronavirus, we are working both at coronaviruses and other viruses. For instance, we are working hard very soon. We are preparing for publication one work that is a study into the origins of virus resistance to antibodies. It's a sophisticated work, but simple to explain in 2 words. We are trying to theoretically study using computers, serious computers. We are trying to find such mutations of viruses, numerous mutations that are well connected with the receptors and are poorly connected to antibodies. And that's a nightmare which we are afraid of, but so far we have not seen it. So it's a kind of antibiotic apocalypse. Well, if you want to use this term, all right, but also possible. But and I guess it's an important work. We are trying to understand the probability and the ways, because the ways, when we mean evolutionary landscape, well, there are numerous ways, different paths. Even in one viral protein, many of them, luckily, they do not produce living virus, and we are trying to figure out which produce living, and even not only living but also binds well, but escapes antibodies. Well, no doubt such options are possible, but the question is of time, how long it will take virus to produce such a mutation pattern to suppress the population. Well, it happens if the majority of our population is not vaccinated, and it's one of the things that we are working on. We are working at the study of the world of viruses on the whole, and classification of viruses and their variety in nature, and the ways of their evolution, and also many other things which are even not connected with viruses. Thank you. I've never had such a time when I had to interrupt the speaker because it was so essential to listen to and so important. I guess we will discuss it later after we hear our important speaker, Mr. Boris Revich, head of the epidemiological laboratory. Chief of Laboratory of Forecasting the Quality of the Environment and Human Health, Institute of Economic Forecasting, Russian Academy of Science, as a known specialist and prize winner and member of group Healthy, and last year was the laureate of Nobel Prize, and working in the Institute of Economic Forecasting. What are the laws of epidemic becoming a pandemic, and the origin of new infections and their transfer from zoonose to anthropogenic population? What is the mechanics? How does it work? And how can we predict it? And why can we predict it? It's a good question, but let me concentrate on COVID, if you permit. We see that. Can you see my screen, my pictures, my drawings? Yes, I can see. All right. So let us speak about this. The question is very difficult. Speaking about viral infections, in general, will go very far, but today it's important to speak about our topic of COVID. You see, there was an interesting presentation by Evgeny Viktorovich, but the advantage of virusologists is that they have a huge baggage, but we, with a new infectious disease, we have to figure out for a long time until we realize, understand some laws and rules, why it happens, how it spreads, and why some countries have higher rate of deaths or of being infected, and why the neighboring countries have different situation or higher, lower death rates. I will speak about it later. We have not gathered such material yet. The most reliable statistical data will be available only in August this month. The information figures about previous year, and in August we can have a picture and understand what happened in 2020. The world was not prepared for this infection, was fast spread. With Ebola it was much better. We could localize and shut it down, although certain time was necessary to develop a new vaccine, and it was so effective that FDA, very strict American agency, approved it not at once. So it means that it usually takes a few years to have a weapon to fight against a new infection. The question where the lowest death rate at the moment. So I'm going to speak more about death rate as the most reliable index, because the number of people with COVID is different in every country. And speaking about the epidemic in our country, we had approaches changing. If we look at in spring, last year, and then we changed. Developed countries had a better situation, and a very good situation in New Zealand because they imposed very strict border controls, and they had not only nasal swabs, but other measures. And I will come back to our presentation, and you will see the countries that were leaders. For example, in South America, Peru. Why did they have such high mortality? I cannot say until we have more details. Boris Alexandrovich, I apologize. We cannot see your presentation. Well, you saw it. You saw my slide. Just a second. I will return it. I will try to return it. So right now we can see it. It's my first slide from Johns Hopkins University that accumulates the data from all over the world, and the red column is our country, Russia, and our country has a very good situation. And let's go to another indicator that we had to work a lot in 2010 when we had heat wave, and the population of Moscow remember it well. And I was asked, do you mean to say that 11,000 people died as a result of 40 hours of heat wave? Of course, people died because of different reasons, including oncological diseases. Boris Alexandrovich, can you press F5 to zoom out? No. Is it good? Yes. And we are going to speak about excessive mortality, and this slide is of my colleague Evgeny Mikhailovich Andreev of the Institute of Demography and International Demography and the Higher School of Economics. And here we see, as of April the 1st this year, excessive mortality in Russia grew and by 460,000, which is more than Europe and the United States. This is what we are dealing with. The second question is uneven distribution of deaths across the Russian territory. Looking at statistics all over the world and internal statistics, well, it is bound to purely figures, which is not reasonable, because, well, I can explain. During the first panel, we had a representative of Rospotrебnadzor as epidemiologist illustrated her speech with intensive indicators, and the leader is not Moscow but St. Petersburg, though the difference is insignificant. Why do we have this difference between other regions, and why do we have Krasnoyarsk territory and Nizhny Novgorod? I cannot explain the reason, it's a surprise, but we see there are almost no deaths in Sakhalin, Ingushetia, Sakhalin, Chechen Republic, and but another republic in the Caucasus, Dagestan, has very high indicators, very high death rate. It cannot be explained. Well, the population is not large and the territory is small, so it's just a treasure for epidemiologists because it's interesting to find out the reason. And the demography specialists love this figure, the longevity and life expectancies, and it's one of the indicators of the governor's work in the regions. In those regions with higher death rates, which is higher than in other East European countries, and the death rate there reduced and life expectancy also reduced because death rate increased. And now I'm gonna show you what happens in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Red curve Moscow, St. Petersburg, blue curve Moscow. We can also see Nizhny Novgorod green curve. It's also a leader. Light blue is Krasnoyarsk, and one of the causes is pollution of air, and Yakutia, very unsafe territory because they have only one industrial enclave in the north, and now we can look into behavior of surrounding territories around the capital, so Moscow region and Leningrad region around St. Petersburg, and you can see that the region around St. Petersburg, its pink curve shows a very good situation. We cannot understand it. We have questions. What are extra risk factors in cities should be taken care of and are most interesting for us? Of course, population density, which is high, has a direct impact and connected to our urban forum. I was present at many panels, and one of them had a short discussion about the need of such dense construction in the cities. For example, Berlin, that was cultural capital of Europe for several years, and Berlin refrained from constructing high-rise buildings. Another issue is low mobility of the urban population. When you have pollution of air, when coal is used instead of natural gas for heating and power generation, electrical power generation, it also resulted in higher indicators. And another aspect is public transport in the cities. Going back to the topic of our forum, it's interesting to note that during the first panel we heard discussion why the mayor did not close the subway like it was in Baku and other megapolises. Well, because this huge megapolis would have a collapse without subway working, collapse of economic activity. It's a very essential burning question now. It's the way people behave and attitude to vaccination, not very good compared to Scandinavian countries and Germany. People are more disciplined there, and they responded to the appeal to get vaccines. There is a higher distrust in our country, and 33 of the people participating in the poll of High School of Economics said they don't believe in the epidemics, and we see that the situation even aggravated, and unfortunately it does not provoke us to think optimistically. There was an interesting article about results of physical, social distancing in European countries, and these measures saved 3 million lives. Well, I'd like to see feedback and reaction to this publication. Perhaps there will appear some other points of view. And last that I want to say, the consequences of COVID, it's a mega essential problem connected with development of green zones. Well, many things become obvious. I can't say that COVID helped open the eyes wide, but it turned our eyes into the direction of green zones and areas in the cities, because even mental state is better if you see a green lawn out of your apartment window. And I quote my foreign colleague who was speaking about the probability of depression, but there are also Russian publications on this theme. And lastly, unfortunately, COVID and those small dispersed particles have similar parameter of action. Cytokine storm, it's characteristic of PM10 and smaller particles, and for COVID. And there are laboratory studies demonstrating that this COVID and previous versions can travel long distances. I'm through with my presentation and can answer any questions.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And I would like to read some of the slides and get more details. And because this is amazing information, I would like to ask about the role of plants. And usually we think about some parks and forest areas, but there is a pain point for both capitals, especially. These are the loans. This is the total destruction of the lawns and grass on the lawns, though if we leave it and we allow it to grow as it would like to grow, so that could work as a good capture of aerosol particles, and also it would capture dust. And degradation of urbanosis as ecological system is the basis of many epidemiological risks, because always in case of degrading ecosystem, we deal with some winner, and usually it gives an outbreak of some disease as a consequence. Grass as a quick alternative to park planting of grass and lawns. So what we can do, what do you think? Thank you very much for a wonderful question. And I believe that the first thing we should be done with joint efforts, we should prove to the management, to the authorities, that green and plants, and that's not for the sake of beauty. This is necessary. They may just spend billions and millions to create a green line, which in terms of the spread of polluting particles doesn't make any sense, and doesn't help the health at all. And there were several interesting studies, global studies, which based on proper statistical analysis demonstrate that if the person in childhood used to live close to green areas when he's not so young, he has less depressions. Can you imagine this wonderful work which was done mainly based on questionnaires, but it was started properly, and that should be shown and proved. When for the first time I visited Moscow healthcare department with my book Changes of Climate and Changes in the Health of a Population 2 years, when we had this great wave of heat in 2010, they looked at me as if I were crazy when there are issues with the beds and the shortage of medicines that we have to get ready for the heat wave like other capitals like Paris, who went through that in 2003. We need to change the attitude to greens, the greenery landscape gardening. Why they are in the community department? This is not about communities and amenities. There should be nature use department or the cultural department. In Moscow, the Gorky Park was given, well, that's clear what it was given, people know what happened, was given to the cultural department. I think that is the right thing to do because, well, greenery and the landscape should be in a different department. And around Astana, this is the new capital of Kazakhstan, there is a wonderful green landscape built, and there is a chief agronom. And now Astana has a different name, so I use the old name. And they are absolutely correct about the lawns. So we have to have the lawns at the level of asphalters, and this grass, not the grass, the soil won't be washed out. Very few people know that the ecology faculty of Saratov University, they developed a wonderful, absolutely wonderful atlas of grasses which are resistant to pollution. We need to grow those plants, those grasses. Almost nobody knows that the Donetsk Botanical Garden used to work a lot on these gas dust resistant trees, and they work on that. So they try to show which kind of plants we should and trees we should plant for Donbass, and these were highly polluted cities, and that would be relevant also for Russian cities. There is no understanding of that. We have a large scale, we have the landscape design. This is great, this is wonderful. I am at my dacha, in my house. I also do my own landscape design. On the other hand, these are the community resources, and that should be included into a different structure which will consider the plants from the position that you described, the city biosynosis and populational health. If we combine this data, my data and your data, at the geography faculty of the Moscow State University, they published interesting work about the plants. There is nothing there about their impact on the health of the population. Thank you for this wonderful question. The biggest deficit is the deficit of time, short of time today, and we would happily continue this extremely exciting and interesting conversation. We have a lot of questions on how that we'll be able to do that in a different location. We have the internet to do so. And probably summarizing our session, I would like to say that all of our jokes about the nature being cured because of the lockdown quarantine, there is some truth there, but the biggest truth is that now we felt ourselves to belong to the nature part of this great cycle, and our cities and the greeneries and the viruses and their quality and amount inside of us, we belong to one and the same system, and we have more grounds to start understanding that not only for the scientists to know this because of what they do in life, that we belong to one nature and we need to be the conscious one part of this natural unity, and we will start the new session soon. So thank you for moderating. Thank you, all the best. Thank you for your attention.
Значит, он завис, походу, просто.
Добрый вечер, дорогие участники. Сегодня нас ожидает...
So hello, dear participants. Today we are going to have the lecture by an outstanding visionary by Dr. Aubrey de Grey. So this is the Chief Science Officer from Science Research Foundation from California. So he's the Chief Research Fellow from Science Research Foundation. This is Californian non-governmental organization which finances studies which are aimed at fighting against aging. He is also chief editor-in-chief of Rejuvenation Research. So they publish the stories of rejuvenation, how to reverse aging. And he received his BA in computer science and PhD in biology from the University of Cambridge, and also he has a degree of PhD. His research interests encompass characterization of all of the types of self-inflicted cellular and molecular damage that constitute mammalian aging, and he is suggesting some engineering technologies, and he's inventing approaches how to reverse aging. And he is a fellow of both Gerontological Society of America of the US and American Aging Association, and he is on the board of the editorial scientific advisory boards of numerous journals and organizations. He is a highly demanded speaker who every year participates in lots of scientific conferences. He speaks at different universities, in different companies. He is speaking about not only fight against aging and more in pharmaceuticals, life insurance, and many other aspects related to life of a human being and society. Dear Aubrey, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Alexei, and thank you to the organizers for asking me to speak today. I am actually speaking tomorrow as well. I have been asked to give a talk to the Moscow Urban Fest. So what I have decided to do is to divide my remarks in this particular way. Today I will give a fairly general talk, an introductory talk, that is not particularly focused on cities. I will not be particularly urban about what I say today. And tomorrow I will try to discuss what this means for the development of the urban environment. Okay, so what do? We do rejuvenation biotechnology. That's what I'm working on. That means development of new medicines that will make people younger again, biologically younger. So take people who are already in middle age or older and make them like young adults. And this is a really important thing to do because, let's face it, we have a problem with aging. As we know, over the past 200 years, there has been enormous progress in increasing the average longevity of the population, especially in the industrialized world, but also in the developing world. So I am just showing you here for illustration some statistics from the USA, And this discusses the amount of the population, the proportion of the population that are over the age of 65. That's just one way of saying this, that we have done really well in increasing longevity. And of course, it's exactly the same kind of story in many other countries, in most other countries. So this is wonderful, but the way we did it was by allowing people to survive early life. 200 years ago, at least 1/3 of the population, even in the wealthiest countries in the world, would die before the age of 1. And many people would die in childbirth and so on. So that is how we've done this. We have almost entirely eliminated that. But the result, of course, is this, that people live to old age in much larger numbers, and they suffer from the health problems of late life. And those problems are different from the problems of early life in one really important respect, namely, they are very gradual, very slow. If you die of an age-related problem, then usually you die only after you have been suffering poor health for a long time, which means, among other things, that it's really, really expensive. So this is illustrated on this slide. What I'm showing you here, and again I'm using USA statistics just for illustration, but it's the same everywhere. What I'm showing you here is how bad that problem is. The red line shows you the way in which the American economy has grown over 50 years, starting from 1960 until 2010. And of course it grew a great deal. The blue line shows you the way in which the expenditure on medical care has grown in the USA during that same period of time. And if you just look at the red line and the blue line, maybe it's not very scary. It looks like, you know, okay. But then, if you divide the red line by the blue line, if you ask for the proportion of the US economy that is spent on medical care, that's the green line. And as you can see, even in just a short period of time, 50 years, it went up from 5% to 18%, more than a factor of 3. That's terrifying. And that's why everybody says that, you know, medical insurance is just going to go bankrupt quite soon. There are just so many people who are in a poor state of health for a long time. Now, the thing is, though, we don't work on keeping people alive longer. And that's part of why. We are not about trying to keep people alive when they are in a bad state of health. We do not want to do that, because being in a bad state of health is no fun. It's not what people want. And furthermore, keeping people alive in that state is impossible. Being sick is risky. You will die fairly soon, with high probability, if you are staying sick. So what we want to do is to keep people healthy for a longer time. If we do that, then there will be a side effect that people will be alive for a longer time. But it will be a good side effect, because the extra life will be healthy life. So I get these questions all the time. Questions like, oh dear, isn't aging some kind of blessing in disguise? You know, where would we put all the people if we didn't have aging and nobody was dying and we just had more and more people being born? Or, you know, wouldn't dictators live forever? Or how would we pay the pensions? Or doesn't death give meaning to life? That kind of thing. We don't think about that kind of thing very much, because we understand that even if we were to create new problems as a consequence of solving the problem we have today, the problem of aging, there's no way that those new problems could be anywhere near as big as the problem we have today, if we measure that in terms of the amount of suffering that aging causes. So, you know, it's painful having to answer these questions all the time. And I want to say that when I speak to Russian audiences, especially when I come to Russia, which I hope to do again fairly soon, I always love it so much because I never get these questions on the left. Never. You guys you get it. But when I'm speaking in the West, this is the kind of thing I have to cope with every day. All right, so let's move on to some science. The way that I really start out looking at the question of aging and how we might defeat it with medicine is I ask, what is different about aging? Why is aging so much more difficult to bring under medical control than infectious diseases, against which we have had so much progress? Most people think this is the answer, that there are simply so many things that go wrong with us late in life, and they go wrong at about the same time, so they interact, they exacerbate each other. That's part of the answer, but it's not the main answer. The main answer is that we think wrongly about aging. In general, people think about sickness in the way that I am describing on this table. They say, well, there are various types of disease. There are infections, that's column 1. There are inherited diseases, that's column 2. Then there are the chronic progressive diseases of late life, that's column 3, like Alzheimer's, cancer, and so on. And then most people think that there's this other category of a way to be sick, which is aging itself. And they don't really define it very well. They say, well, you know, it's frailty, it's stuff that isn't disease. So it's defined by elimination, if you like. And people think of aging as not like disease at all, so unlike disease that it's kind of off limits to medicine, that there's no way, even in principle, that we could develop medicines to avoid aging. That is completely wrong. The right way to think about the classification of ways to be sick is like this. So if you look closely, you will see that the columns are the same as they were on the previous slide. The only big difference is that I have moved that big, thick black line. And that emphasizes that column 3 and column 4 are basically the same. That the so-called diseases of aging are actually parts of aging. They are no different from column 4. And that's very useful because it helps us to see that all of aging, column 3 and column 4, is amenable to medical intervention. This is the definition of aging, a simple definition that helps you to understand that we do understand what aging is. Aging is simply the combination of these two processes that I'm showing you here at the bottom. First of all, a process that goes on throughout life, even starting before we're born. And this process is the accumulation of damage in the body that is self-inflicted, that is caused by the metabolism of the body, the machinery that keeps us alive from one day to the next. We call it damage because of the right-hand process, the second process. Damage is simply a bunch of changes to the molecular and cellular structure of the body, and those changes are eventually harmful. The body is set up to tolerate a certain amount of those changes without any decline in its performance, in its mental or physical performance. But eventually there's too much damage, and that's when we start to go downhill late in life, and the pathologies of late life emerge. So the way that we mostly address the pathologies of late life is as if they were infections, really. We try to cure them. We try to stop them from happening, even despite the fact that the damage which causes them is continuing to accumulate. And of course that doesn't work. The more damage there is, the less chance we have of preventing its consequences. So that's just really, it's like insane that we still spend so much money and effort trying to do things that way. Now, maybe 100 or more years ago, people started to realize, a few people started to realize that this was crazy and that we needed to be more preventative, that the right way to prevent the pathologies of late life would be to make our metabolism run more cleanly, make our metabolism generate damage more slowly than it naturally does. That's what I'm calling the gerontology approach. And it looks pretty promising. It seems like a good idea. We would postpone the age at which damage reaches the point that it starts to be bad for you. But unfortunately that didn't work either, and this is why. The reason it didn't work is because metabolism is so complicated, and the creation of damage is absolutely inextricably intertwined with the things that the body needs to do to keep us alive. We are just never going to be able to modulate and modify this network of processes so as to stop it from doing the thing we don't want it to do, the creation of damage, without having unintended, undesirable consequences stopping it from doing things we do need it to do to keep us alive. But luckily there is a third approach, which is the maintenance approach, the damage repair approach. This approach says, okay, the goal is to separate metabolism from pathology. We can't do it by separating damage from pathology. We also can't do it by separating metabolism from damage. So instead, what we're going to do is repair the damage periodically. We don't even have to repair all of the damage. Just so long as we repair a fair amount of it, we will be able to stop it from accumulating to the point that kicks off the right-hand process. And that will be true even if we do not slow down the left-hand process, the one where metabolism creates damage. So that's the idea. It's a lot more practical than the other two approaches. It's got a chance. I call it the common sense approach, and I really call it that because we already do it in the case of simple man-made machines. Like this car, for example. This car is more than 100 years old, and it got that way because of preventative maintenance. It was not designed to last 100 years. It was probably designed to last only 10 years, but here it is. So let's drill down a little bit. I don't have very much time today, and I know that the audience, you are not biologists, so I'm not going to go into any real detail. But the key thing that you need to understand is that the damage repair approach is possible, it's practical in the near future, in the foreseeable future. And the big reason it's practical is because we only have to develop a small number of damage repair therapies, medicines. Really, we only have to develop 7 types of therapy, and here they are. And they are on the right-hand side of this table. They correspond to 7 different types of damage. So I will just speak briefly about the first one, just for illustration. In many parts of the body, cells die, and they are not automatically replaced by the division of other cells. In order to fix that, we use stem cells. We put cells into the body that know what to do. They are the right kind of cell, so they will divide and replace the cells that the body is not replacing on its own. That's all we need to do. We maintain the number of cells in the affected organ or tissue in that way. Whereas if we did not do that, then the number of cells progressively declines, and eventually there are not enough cells for the organ to do its job, so we get sick. That's just one example, a simple example of what this is all about. And this is a very well established and mainstream idea. When I first put it forward 20 years ago, it was very radical. People hadn't thought about aging this way at all. But over the years, people got the idea. They understood what I was saying. And so this paper came out 8 years ago, and it's by far the most highly cited paper in the whole of the biology of aging of the past 10 years. And it's basically just a restatement of the same thing. We have actually done quite well in my foundation in contributing to progress in this area. This is just a very small selection of the papers that we have published, coming from the research that we have funded. And I have listed these ones because they were really groundbreaking papers, ones that opened up a whole new research area and made it something that people believed could be done. And that has led to a great deal of interest in the past few years from investors, people in the private sector. So we have created so far half a dozen companies from projects that we had funded in academia or in-house over the years. And in parallel with us, there have been literally hundreds of companies created which are doing the same kind of thing, independently of us, but in close alignment. So this is a really big deal now. And I believe that at this point, what we need to do as thought leaders in this field, and when I say we, I mean people like me, people like Alexei, we need to be going out and saying courageous things. We need to be getting the world to understand that aging is not going to exist for very long, that we are within striking distance of bringing aging under comprehensive medical control. Of course, we all know that everybody is thinking about COVID right now, and COVID is killing a lot of people. But I strongly believe that in the end, in the long run, the consequence of COVID will be to save a huge number of lives. And the way it will do it is because COVID is going to be waking people up. COVID is helping the people who make decisions about public spending and private spending, making those people understand that it's a very good idea to keep old people young. That is what we are all about, keeping old people young. I wrote this book about all of this several years ago. I should mention that this book was translated into Russian, so if you want to know more about the science of this work, I can send you the Russian version of this book. You can write to my foundation at the email address you can see on the left. At our website, of course, we have masses of other new information, and I would like to stop there and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Aubrey, thank you. My question about do you have examples of therapy within the frames of sense approach which are close to clinical studies or undergo clinical studies?
Some of the strands of sense are further advanced than others. I spoke briefly about cell loss and the use of stem cells to repair that. Perhaps the most conspicuous example of that in aging is Parkinson's disease, which is caused by the loss of cells in the substantia nigra, one small part of the brain that makes dopamine. And there is already a clinical trial underway for stem cells for that in Japan, and there are a few other trials about to begin using the same idea. There have also been trials to increase the size of a very important organ in the immune system called the thymus. The thymus shrinks and atrophies very early in adult life, and people have found ways to regrow it. At the moment, most of the effort there involves regrowing it from cells that are already in the body rather than doing stem cell therapy, but it's basically the same idea. Another example that's already in clinical trials is the removal of senescent cells, which is a big category of what I call death-resistant cells. That has been put into clinical trials in the past couple of years for various conditions, including osteoarthritis and glaucoma. Most of the other areas of sense are getting very close to clinical trials, and I expect that they will be in clinical trials within the next year or two.
Right. It's very impressive. Thank you. I have another question. 7 engineering approaches to combat aging. Well, they were offered by you 18 years ago. Aren't you tempted, well, to add the 8th or 9th to this list of 7?
Very important question. And the answer is no. It looks like we got it right. And this is extremely good news. In fact, when I first proposed the 7 strands of sense, I was already able to say that it had been nearly 20 years since anything new had been discovered that would lead to a new strand. So already I could say, well, it looks like we maybe know everything that we need to know, because 20 years is a long time to not find anything out. And now it's 40 years, you know, and it's an even bigger thing now, because I have been out there on stage and on camera, you know, making a real nuisance of myself and challenging my colleagues to come up with aspects of aging, types of damage that do not fall into my 7 categories. And I'm still getting away with it. So this is very strong and very important evidence that this approach is standing the test of time.
Aubrey, thanks. What is your vision of longer-term perspective of our and your activity? Do you think we're in for radical extension of life and will be comparable with lives of whales and sharks and some other species, or are we going to launch into a journey to become immortal sooner or later?
So the therapies that we are working on, as I have explained, they are rejuvenation therapies. They are therapies that make people biologically younger again. And therefore, in principle, we can simply apply such therapies repeatedly, over and over again, however long we like. In practice, we need to apply more sophisticated therapies as time goes on, but of course, we don't need those therapies at the beginning. We only need them when people are old enough that the original therapies don't work anymore. So we are in a race against aging. We need to kind of buy time and stay one step ahead of the problem. So really, what your question comes down to is, how soon will we start to be able to stay one step ahead of the problem? And of course, we don't know, because this is pioneering technology, but I think that we have at least a 50% chance of getting to that point within about 15 years from now. And the people who will benefit from these therapies when they arrive are people who are already in middle age, let's say they are 60 years old or 70 years old at the time that the therapies arrive, which means they're already 50, right? So, you know, that means that most people who are alive today have, in my view, a good chance of never suffering from the health problems of late life, however long they live.
Не могли бы вы посоветовать нашим слушателям?
Could you give advice what is necessary, or maybe some advice about health, traditional things to live, to see those technologies that will help to radically make our lives longer? Shall we join some association or movement, well, to be able to live to that period of time, to that moment?
Yeah, great question. So, unfortunately, at the moment, we are nowhere near being able to stay one step ahead of the problem. The things that we can do today to postpone the health problems of late life are almost entirely ineffective. Not quite entirely. We can make a small difference by doing the right things, but really the main thing that you need to do to maximize your chances is just to live the way your mother told you to. You know, don't smoke. Don't get seriously overweight. The obvious things. If you do that, you're doing almost everything that we can do today. So what that means is that the most effective way to benefit from these future medicines is to speed up the development of those medicines. And of course, different people can do that in different ways. Some people can put money into that work. And actually quite a few wealthy Russians are doing that already. Then there are people who can, you know, get into the biology of this. And there are some very good biologists working in this. Alexei Moskalev, who's chairing this talk, is one of those people. Quite a few of the best Russians in this field have actually moved to the USA, and they're, you know, getting better funding over there perhaps. They're doing fantastic work. And of course, if you are not a biologist and you are also not a billionaire, that doesn't matter. You can still make a huge difference just by getting people to understand how important this is. So, you know, inviting me to give a talk at a conference, that's a big deal. People hear about this and they understand it better as a result of that sort of activity.
Aubrey, thanks a lot. Let me wish you rapid results in your activity to make this step ahead of problem with the help of your foundation, and hopefully you might come soon to Russia to inspire a lot of your followers and other people in Russia. Thank you.
Welcome.